Commissioner Lett, could I get a test from you on your microphone, please? That works too. Katie, can you give me a test?
You talking to me? You want me to give you a test?
Yep, perfect. That's all I needed. We just need to make sure the microphones are working in the room. Thank you.
Okay, yep.
Chair of this commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:10 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube at www.youtube.com/MICH SOS office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. The meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov /MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please unmute yourself and announce that you are attending the meeting remotely and disclose your physical location. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present. And attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett. Commissioner Lett, can you unmute yourself, please?
Present, attending from Interlaken.
Thank you. Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Seeing none, we will now vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. We will now move on to our public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. We do not have any live in-person public comment today, so we will move directly to the remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues and we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All righty, this is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And a couple of issues that we are ongoing here. That yesterday at the election of the chair, I believe the process was manipulated by the member Kellum, the representative of the Democratic Party, to the detriment of the members of the Republican Party, because Commissioner Kellum decided to put the election of the chair at the end of the meeting so she could continue to chair the meeting, when Robert's Rules of Order requires that that's a special order of business and that's required to be first and supersedes every other order of business, because it was voted on last September. Every 6 months, you're going to elect a new chair. It was already voted on before, so it's first, before your unfinished business. It's in your rules. Now, in your consensus building process here, I read through that last night, and it's on your website. It says rules of procedure, but it's actually the consensus building thing. And it says in there, Ms. Hammersmith said very clearly, there is no provisions in the rules of procedure for the consensus process. Okay, so that means that the rules of procedure supersede the consensus process. But you're doing the opposite. You're trying to get the policy to supersede the rules. So remember, Robert's Rules of Order applies in every situation in which you don't have a rule that contradicts the Robert's Rules. So you don't have any rules. You're just doing it. And also, I would like to say that I believe that Commissioner Rothorn lied on TV, WKAR programs. I've been reviewing them. He stated that this is an inaugural independent commission. This is not. The Supreme Court has determined this is a reviving of a inactive commission that we had already had from 1980. And they're talking about that too, but they won't get the rules of procedure to say this is a reiteration of that. And it is.
Thank
It's a
you for addressing the
reiteration.
commission, Mr. Gallant. Next in line is Karen Tighe.
Hi, this is Karen Ty. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, good. Thank you. I'm a resident of Bay County, and I'm part of the community of interest group from the Tri-Cities of Bay City, Saginaw, and Midland. We had the opportunity to meet and speak with all of the commissioners on May 25th when you came to Midland for your listening tour. And I want to give a special thank you to Commissioners Weiss, Vallette, and Rathhorn, who came to Bay City last month and talked with the Tri-Cities Community of Interest group at the library there. We had a really good turnout where the discussion at that time last month centered on the Michigan roadmap, which actually shows the Tri-Cities highlighted in yellow as the northernmost metropolitan region on the I-75 corridor before you get to what we call up north, the rural areas that are the top half of the Lower Peninsula, east of Bay City and the Thumb, and west of Midland. Many of us watched Good Government at Work yesterday when you drew the District 1 State Senate map, and I'm just here to say thank you for that. We were really grateful to see that you not only took the time to listen to the Tri-Cities group, but you actually heard our concerns about the importance of keeping these three cities together for a state Senate district. On behalf of the proposed District 1, I really want to say thank you to all of you for crafting a Senate district that is both fair, but also competitive. We're very grateful for your work, so thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Carol Heron.
Karen,
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm sorry it took so long. Anyway, I am also in Bay County, and I would like to echo Karen Ty's remarks. The only thing I would add to them, I know you have more work to do today, is that when Proposal 2 was passed in 2018 by the state, it was at 61, I think maybe 61.7%. In Bay County, it was passed by 62.2% plus. And in the other two cities in the Tri-Cities, it was similarly with similar statistics. So we really wanted to see this commission happen. And like Karen, I feel I can represent the community, thousands of people in this Tri-Cities that wanted to see this commission, are watching this commission, and are very pleased to see the action that you took yesterday in drawing District 1. Mind you, 62%, you're never going to have everybody in the state agree at the same time, but you've got a very strong political positive support there. So thank you very much for your work, and we appreciate your coming out to see us, listening to us, and keep up the good work. I really endorse what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Frances Barber.
for the purposes of the public record, that participant is not currently present.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to Barb Handley Miller.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. I too am a resident of Bay County and part of the communities of interest that wanted to see a state Senate map encompassing Bay, Saginaw, and Midland counties. And we want to thank the commission for the process that you have afforded us to be able to give public comment not only at the May 25th meeting, but at the town hall forum that we had in which several commissioners attended in Bay City, because I think it gave us a real opportunity with those commissioners to give a lot more context about our communities of interest and the need to keep these urban areas together. Currently, our state Senate district encompasses Lapeer County, and we just don't have as much in common. These three areas, Saginaw, Bay City, and Midland Bay counties, have so much in common in terms of higher education, urban centers, industrial policy, environmental concerns around the Saginaw and Tittabawassee rivers, and agricultural shared concerns. So we just reiterate again, thank you for the process. Thank you for drawing this initial map that we hope will be the final map, because we think it reflects your good work and your good listening of the people of these three counties. So thank you again, and best wishes in the rest of your work. My husband is here with me. Is it okay if he takes the balance of time? Terry Miller?
No, unfortunately, we can't do that. We have to have him sign up separately.
All right, very good. Thank you again for this opportunity, and thank you for the process that you have been using for this.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, we are now going to move on to Kathleen Curell.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yep.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm a longtime Midland resident of 45 plus years, and just want to tell you proposal 2 gave me the opportunity to get out of my comfort zone. I'd never been involved civically or politically before, and I became passionate about the possibility of working for a more fair election process in the state of Michigan. My husband and I were happy to educate voters about gerrymandering while getting those signatures for the petition. And I'm just very excited about the work you're doing. I want to extend heartfelt thanks to the commissioners for the vital work that's going on. And I know it's work. The Tri-Cities of Midland, Bay City, and Saginaw are a community of interest for so many reasons that I'm sure have been stated many times by others. A state Senate district that includes them will help pave the way for being an equitable and competitive district. And that's so exciting to so many of us who worked hard on the proposal. So just thanks, and that's all I have.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to Norman Clement.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Hi, my name is Norman Clement. I am a resident and represent Detroit Change Initiative of Wayne County. I spoke to you guys before, and again, you guys are doing an outstanding, tough job, and I commend the job that you guys are doing. I asked, as a community citizen watching the panel, if we could dedicate more time drawing the maps. I know you guys are working on the state Senate, but you have a daunting task ahead of you of working on the state representative districts, which are tons of districts, and a lot of cities need more time than just one day to do it. So I'm asking us as a concerned citizens, if you guys will look into adding more time, more hours of doing the maps. Again, I know you guys got pressing litigation. I know you have your lives to live, and you guys are doing an outstanding job as it is. But I also implore that time is of the essence. That is a concern because everything could change in the heartbeat if we've been working at the last 24 hours of getting everything done because of a judge's decision. So I ask again to maximize all the time you guys have coming up. Add more time if you need it. I implore you guys add more time you need it, because the upcoming countings that we have to do definitely mean more time to draw those maps. Thank you for you guys' time. I keep up the work. I implore you. I love y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We appreciate that. All right, we are now going to move on to Claudia Warren.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I live in Midland, Michigan, and I've been a volunteer for several state Senate candidates, for House of Representative candidates and congressional representative over the past 20 years. This would be the current 98th House seat, the 36th Senate seat, and the 4th Congressional District. It's been very frustrating to campaign for excellent, compassionate, qualified, and intelligent candidates with so much to offer our state, and then see them defeated by less qualified candidates because of gerrymandering. So I did some door-to-door canvassing for Proposal 2 in 2018, and it was amazing to see it pass. And I want to thank you, members of the committee. I know this is a lot of work and time for you. I appreciate the work that you do. And I appreciate that you're trying to create fair districting for everyone. I appreciate that you listen to our concerns here in the Tri-Cities. And I'm hoping that the district that you drew up the other day actually passes, and that we can work together with our colleagues in Bay City and Saginaw to elect somebody to the legislature who is responsive to the people of the area, someone with intelligence who can actually address our pressing issues in our area. So thank you so much for the work that you are doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Ms. Warren. We will now move on to Robert Noblock.
Yes, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the commission for allowing comments concerning the communities of interest. My name is Robert Canablo. I'm 72 years old and a lifelong resident of Lenawee County. My community of interest is Lenawee, Hillsdale, and Jackson counties, and I present two reasons to support this community of interest. The first, for over 42 years, I have been involved with the Region 2 Planning Commission, which includes the three counties mentioned above, serving as a representative of Raga Township and then Lenawee County for 6 years. Region 2 Planning Commission is a local governmental organization serving the tri-counties of Jackson, Hillsdale, and Lenawee, providing essential professional planning services for the three counties and their respective communities. Second, for the last 6 years, I have served as a Lenawee County representative on the Region 2 Area Agency on Aging, which serves the same three counties of Jackson, Lenawee, and Hillsdale counties. The agency provides services to help older adults and adults with disabilities to remain at home and maintain their independence. The services provided include healthcare, adult daycare, counseling services, home health care, food and nutrition programs, and many other services. Both the Region 2 Planning Commission and the Region 2 Area Agency on Aging have partnerships with the community of interest, the Tri-County region. I believe the Tri-County region meets the criteria in Section 6, Item 13, A through G of the amendment to the Michigan Constitution. I strongly urge the commission to keep the Tri-County district intact when drawing the congressional district map.
Thank you for
I gave-
addressing the commission. Chris Andrews.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Hi, I'm Chris Andrews from Hazlet. I'm asking you to empower Michigan voters to choose the legislative and congressional districts or majorities that they want. No Michigan voter younger than 55 has had the ability to elect a Democratic Senate majority. Think about that. If you're 55, your first Senate race was 1986. Jim Blanchard won in a landslide, but Republicans kept their Senate majority. Jennifer Granholm won 2 elections, and Gretchen Whitmer won big in the blue tsunami of 2018, but Democrats never came close to a Senate majority. The House has been largely the same. This has had a major effect on every Michigan resident when it comes to education, taxes, public health, criminal justice, racial justice, the environment, worker and employer rights. When we elect a Republican governor, we get conservative laws and policies. That's fine. When we elect a Democratic governor, we get gridlock. Michigan is profoundly different today because of this process. Voters didn't pass Proposal 2 because they hate wiggly lines or because county or city lines were split to create fair districts. They passed it because they despise a political power grab that imposes one party's will on the people, no matter what. I believe you are all voters of goodwill, and only you can fix this. We are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We'll now move on to Chris Andrews.
The previous participant was Chris
I'm
Andrews.
sorry, Bruce Barland.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. I'm calling from, or I'm here from Eaton County. And a recent map I have seen shows Eaton County included with Lansing, Michigan. Eaton County is a largely rural small town and farming area with issues bearing on those interests. To be combined with Lansing, Michigan, a big city that outnumbers us in population, Eaton County in small town farming community that it is. Eaton County residents have very little interest in similar to the city of Lansing and should not be included with a Lansing Senate district. We're just different. It's just different in areas away from cities. Lifestyles are different. There's just so many differences than in the cities. And we need to have a district that's drawn with other rural communities of interest. Thank you again. I appreciate it. You folks are doing a good job. Keep it up. But keep in mind, rural is much different than city. And there's just so many differences in it. So thank you again, and hope you have a great day.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the first opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. We will use the same process as the first round. And first in line to provide public comment is Mr. James Gallant. Please wait for our staff to unmute you.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, I can.
You hear me now? Okay. This is James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. And as we can continue, I'd like to continue, and I notice that you just don't want to talk about the facts and the facts of the constitutional origins of this commission. This is merely a revived reiteration. Remember, your attorney told you that this iteration, the next iteration in 10 years is going to have to follow the rules, and it's a continuing thing. So I would ask you to please formally, on the record, bring it to the agenda, review the facts, and make a decision, and get the rest of them in there, and correct Commissioner Rothorn's false statements on the record. And the rest of you, I'm assuming, are just said the same things. Commissioner Hammersmith said the same thing. But what I found was the Michigan Bar Journal published an article August 21st, 2020, and this is where I first saw this, where they were claiming that this is a new commission. And 61% of the voters voted not for a new commission. They voted to revive an already established commission in the Constitution, and the House Fiscal Agency determined that, and that was November 6th. See, so the Michigan Bar Journal, I've already asked them, and we'll see where that goes, about publishing a correction, because this is when to everybody. And where did this come from? Come from voters, not politicians, except for their cross complaint at the Supreme Court. He said that specifically, that this is not a new commission, that you still keep doing this. And I believe it's lying. I believe, and my prediction is that Commissioner Zatetta will be facing charges at the Michigan Attorney Grievance Commission, because this is where it's going. All you attorneys got together and you just throw it out there and nobody wants to question you. Well, I'm going to be bringing this forward. I'm going to try to bring this forward to the Michigan Supreme Court right now too, because that was stated in that complaint that was just filed, said the same thing. Well, I guess this is now the time that we can look into this. And
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. That concludes our public comment. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting. And commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever method they choose to do so, and invite the public to keep sharing their thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. Now that we've completed public comment, we're going to move on to our unfinished business for the day, which is agenda item 5A. Without objection, I'd like to return to the state Senate mapping process. We ended with we didn't quite end. So Commissioner Rothorn was still, I believe, working on his district. Is that correct?
It's true. And I'm going to try to make this a collaborative process too.
Okay, so we will pick back up with Commissioner Rothorn and we will continue to work on his district.
Can you bring it up, John?
Okay, so just to be clear, this is the alternate version at the end of yesterday that you want to start with? It was, we froze, we copied a plan as is, and then you said I wanted to move forward in changing those districts.
Correct, yes. So I do, yesterday, right, I'm not sure which is more efficient, frankly. What I'm looking at right now, I think I have the shape file. Let me see what shape file I was using and see if it was the alternate or the other one.
Okay, there may be a designation of A for the alternate one, which would be the most recent one where things ended yesterday.
I'm not using the alternate. I'm using the without the A. So the 9/14/21, no A.
Okay, so I'll bring that one up and you can look at it and confirm that what I have on my computer is what you think is in your plan.
Sounds good. Thank you. And for the benefit of the commissioners, what I'm going to try to do here, I think we had an excellent sort of, I think it was, District 8. Right. And yesterday at the end of the day with Bruce Adelson, I was trying to sort of figure out how to continue sort of that idea of a spoke that number, you know, that District 7, District 6, and District 8 in particular sort of resemble spokes leaving the river and sort of going out into the suburban areas. And so if 9 and 13, right, currently don't look like spokes, that's what I'm going to try to do here. And so, and where to begin is, so this is not, actually, I must have been the A then. This is not what I'm looking at, John.
Right. So this was where we stopped right before you started drawing.
Yeah, I guess.
And then I'm going to bring up the other plan, which is the end of where you finished drawing. So
Thank you.
that's the one I
Okay.
designated as A. Just a moment.
And I'll acknowledge one of the things I'm trying to do here with these spokes, and I'm going to try to work on 2 districts at the same time in order to make this spoke idea kind of work. I am trying to acknowledge sort of I think there were 2 in the southern area. Yes, this is the one, John. Thank you. I think this will be more efficient if we sort of start from here. I'm trying to acknowledge an LGBTQ circle, community of interest in sort of the northern tier, sort of it's in District 14. That's one community of interest I'm trying to do work into this. And then in the southern tier, John, closer to the river, there's 2 communities in particular. There's a 48217, I think was the name that they sort of gave it. And then there's also a Latinx community, and there's some tension there. So I'm looking for commissioners to help me sort of figure out the best way to do it. But at this point, John, so I'm going to write, I think we all like District 8, and District 13 is drawn with on the eastern edge of that District 13. I think we've got a good border. And I think we also, so it's not starting all the way at the river. And at this point, I just want to confirm with other commissioners who are familiar with the area that if we don't start it all the way at the river, does that feel like the right thing to do? Meaning to start District 13. And when I say start, I mean at the southern border, where John's got the cursor. Does that feel like a good place to start? At this point, it looks like it represents the communities of interest that I wanted to preserve sort of in the southern, that Latinx community. I would suggest that this actually is a good place to start, but I'm looking for any input.
Can we zoom in a little bit so we can see what streets are right around there? I'm just wondering, it looks like that's 75 going through. Okay, so yeah, that is the southern border.
Yes,
is
75 is over here.
Okay,
So this is the border with 8, basically.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I
then-
mean, I think that's a logical divider.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then, so let's continue 13. So what we're doing, John, is that we're going to work on 13 first. And we're going to go, we're going to clean up the edge in order so we can, so we're going to take a little bit, we're going to assign some of the district that's in 13 on the western edge. Yep, we're going to assign that to District 9. And there is a...
Sorry, you're saying when you say clean up the western edge,
yep,
do you need to assign this from 9 to 13, which is 13 is underpopulated at the moment.
I know. And so we're going to head further north with 13, and we're going to bite into District 14. So at this point, that edge where you were, that edge of 13, the western edge of 13 where you were earlier. Yep, we're just going to clean up that edge. So we're going to go from south to north. Yes, we're going to, so we're at the, I think McNichols. No, is that 8 Mile at the top there? Yes, that's 8 Mile. So we're going to go from 8 Mile, that edge. Yes, right, there's 8 Mile. Yep, and right at that corner. So we're just going to, the western yellow, we're going to assign to 9.
Okay, and this is the 10 here, I think.
Correct. We're not going to follow the road. We're going to follow there's a neighborhood. It might help you and me both if if you pull up the overlay, which is Detroit neighborhood maps.
Okay.
Please.
Just a second for that.
Sure.
Okay, so this is the neighborhood overlay.
Correct. And we don't need to have the names. I'll name the names because I have it pulled up on mine. But the so that edge, again, we're in the, yep, you're in that area. Yes. So please, we're going to keep the neighborhoods as whole as possible. And so that, yeah, you're selecting, I guess at the block level, maybe I think precinct level might work too.
Yeah, the precinct level here. So again, we're taking from 9. I'm taking into 13 from 9.
We're taking,
or no, the other way around, from 13 into 9.
Correct. Respecting neighborhood boundaries. And it's so those are that's Greenfield and College Park neighborhoods that you're going to select there. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yes, you got it. Yep. And go south. That's College Park. And then we're going to add, so we've got, yes, so we're going to, let's see, Carrie. So we're going to add, so we're going to take from 9. So now we're going to, again, that edge that I talked about, that western edge of 13. Yep, we're going to try to, yes, around that. Yes, you got it. And we're going to stop at that, which is Grand River. So we're going to take that, we're going to assign those to 13. Yep, those blocks there, those precincts. And the southern, we're going to stop at that Grand River.
And again, just for reference, so Telegraph Road is out here. This is close to the border of Redford Township. And then we're going right down here.
Which is Grand River.
Yeah, to Grand River. Okay.
And that's great. And I think at this point, we're going to leave it. Is that true? Yes, because the neighborhoods are whole. Yes, I think we're now able to move north, John. So into this, when I say north, yep, and we're going to move, yep. And so we're going to assign in 14 there. We're going to assign what is currently in 14 to 13, not all of 14, but yeah, we're going to assign all of Royal Oak.
All of Royal Oak?
Correct. And you know, it occurs to me that this is where I want to watch the numbers change, the minority, the percentage of minority. That's right. The reason I'm doing this is also for right rationale, is to decrease the minority percentage, right? To have a more balanced black-white ratio, and not just black and white, but non-white and white balance.
Okay, so that's all of Royal Oak Township.
Excellent. I think we may be close. We're on 13, so we need about we're 17 over. Okay.
Yeah, 17,000 over 6%.
Yeah. So now we were, yeah. So and in terms of the ratio, the minority percentage, I think, is still like 50. That's 53% non-Hispanic Black.
For 13?
For 13, yeah. So this is not an ideal district, or it's even 50, even higher, 54%. Okay, 53.
And if I'm not mistaken, you're comparing this to the starting point district that you had for 13 or 9,
Yes, that is, yes.
not to a hypothetical other value.
I am comparing it to that. Yeah. So we've reduced it and it's still relatively high. And so it's really important, I think, to sort of, what I'm thinking about is flagging this in terms of VRA, right? In terms of the notes that we'll, follow up with Bruce on it. But this is in terms of, and it's too high, like the percentage is too high. So I do want to chip away at it. And what I found was trying to improve the percentage of 13. Again, moving west, because I don't want to move east. I think we like 7, 6, and 8. So moving west, I wasn't able to improve the minority percentage. We have high minority populations in Lathrop Village, Southfield, and even, and definitely in the Detroit area. So District 9, we have to go further north. And so what I'm going to do is suggest in 13 anyways that I guess I'm going to suggest that we have to keep it. But I want to get closer to the population. So I want to take off the northern. So I think the southern end we have to keep, unless other people have ideas. Really, this is where, to decrease the minority percentage and increase the white, or the people of color are too high at this point.
Can we scroll back a little bit so we can see farther down into the city? Okay, a little bit more. I want to see down by the lakeshore.
Oh,
like zoom out more, but just, zoom out a bit. Yeah. So your population is 38,000 over.
Yes. And it just occurred to me, John, sorry, Rebecca, what I'm thinking about is that there is, one of the things that have been useful for me is to see that theme, John. And if it's the top is, so it's population total in the circle, and then non-Hispanic white at the bottom. So those two, so a bubble that has those two characteristics, or those two fields, is useful. And of course, the difference is then where we have the minority, right? Minority percentage.
Yeah. I mean, I still think, and we've talked about this a little bit offline, you and I, just before the meeting. So I think the way to solve this problem might be to take that lower area near Corktown, Delray, just south of Michigan Avenue, and pull that into a district that now includes part of Downriver. Whoops.
Okay.
Lost my map. And then make a separate district with Dearborn where it's pulling part of Detroit too.
Okay.
So then you're pulling some of that concentrated population out. And then that gives you the ability to move up farther into Oakland County to balance that way. I think that's the way to do it.
I hear you. And and the reason I haven't done it is because of that community of interest, trying to preserve that at this point. And this is, I think, I'll leave that as plan B. And if this does not pass muster with the VRA, so to speak. Okay. So then when we get the map back up, I think I'll chip away at the northern edge and then just try to finish off District 9, try to get the population equal there too. And we're moving into Livonia rather than into Southfield at the upper and the northern part of District 9 to try to decrease the people of color without diluting votes.
Okay, Commissioner Rothorn, I have the non-Hispanic white out of the total population.
Excellent. Yes.
Okay. There is also a possibility you could do that out of voting age populations as well, but right now, total population showing.
Yeah, I think at this point, yes, I want totals at this point. Thank you.
Okay, and it's set currently for township. So just as an example, if I click on Livonia,
right,
it'll show you that the non-Hispanic white is 84%.
Yeah, so that's a higher percentage of white and lower percentage of white. And I'm looking at rough.
And this is Detroit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. less than
And
10%.
that's the whole city.
Exactly. Oh, that's the whole city. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
now when I move to a lower level, you'll see it at the voting precinct.
Right. And that's what's in. Yeah. I wonder if that concentration. Yeah. So let's go to a lower level in the precincts just to sort of play with what Rebecca was talking about. Like, is there a higher percentage of white or maybe, and these may be Arab white, but if, yeah, looking at the southern.
So these precincts are in Dearborn.
Yes. And can we, yeah. So if you hover over, yes, that the section of 9. Yep. So we've got that's a white population. Yeah. We have a high percentage of white.
That's what we call Claytown,
Okay.
that area.
And
there's a high Arabic population there.
Right.
And the same thing on the northern side along Warren.
Right.
Again, same thing there.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, as you begin to adjust this, I would recommend that we keep that Arab American population together.
Right.
And that we don't eat into it. And we had some specific reasons, the way we drew that district to
Right.
do that. Yeah.
And I think that's the Dearborn district is the high percentage of Arab American. And I think what Rebecca was, and what we were just looking at is that there are, if I bring 13 down further south, we may actually increase our white population. And that's the Corktown, that area. And I'm just breaking up but there's a Latinx and so at this point, I'm going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. And we're going to go north. So John, to the northern part of 13, please, when you're ready.
Yeah. Okay. So this northern edge is the township boundary of Royal Oak, or the city boundary.
Yes, and we're going to add it to, we've got 16 and 14. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Troy, is 16, is that the Troy district that we drew? Yeah, okay, so I don't want to change that. I think we've got I want to keep the Troy, so I'm going to keep District 16 as much, so we're going to take away from 13 and add it to 14, please. Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, and that's how we originally had it. We had Royal Oak linked in with 14 as part of 14.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that would be the appropriate thing to do.
Okay.
I mean, you may not end up taking the whole thing, but
Yeah, no, definitely not the whole thing, just enough to balance the population in 13, please, John. So we're just, take away the voting precincts in order to, that northern tier, so we can add it to 14, please. Yeah, I like that. If we can keep it at, north of 12 Mile. So we're pretty good, but let's see if we can add the 2 precincts. I guess that's 3 north of 12 Mile to make it sort of cleaner.
I'm sorry. 12 miles down here.
That's 10 Mile.
Yeah. So
Okay,
do you want me to
I meant
go
10 Mile. Nope, I meant 10 Mile. Sorry. Thank you for the clarification. And we're about 324 over population. So let's leave it. Okay. And in order to do, so there, John, we're going to stay in the north, and we're going to assign Southfield. So Southfield has a high minority population and Livonia has less. And I think that's what you can hover over the dots, John. Yeah, right. Bigger dots in Livonia means more white folks, right? Fewer dots, larger, in Southfield. right? So what I'm trying to do with the spoke is, right, balance the the white, non-white population. And yeah, therefore I'm trying to take away from, I'm going to take away from Southfield from District 9. Yep. But I'm going to add it to, where to add it is sort of the part that I know so let's add it to 14 for this moment. And I'm getting some insight here. So do you want to?
So I was just playing with this because Southfield is so concentrated. What I ended up doing is pulling in Redford with Southfield and the Detroit upper corner around just south of Southfield, and then the upper part of Livonia. And I was able to, with that, end up with 53% African American. So it brings the percentage down quite a bit.
Okay, so can you help direct John and sort of help draw number 9, or do we have to scrap 9 and do what you're thinking about? You see what I mean?
Yeah. How far down? You have 9 going all the way down.
Well, yeah, 9
goes all the way down to the
to that.
Yeah. So
With that district.
so
yeah.
you're basically breaking 9 up into 3 districts the way that I did it. So
Okay.
part of it's going to go into 19, part of it's going to go downriver, and part of it's taking from 10. And that breaks you up into a district 5 that would have 25% African American, 40% total minority because of the Hispanic population. And then you would have district 2, which would be 29% African American, 20% Hispanic.
District 2. So
56.
can you refer that when you say the district 2?
Yeah. So my districts are a little different. So what I would suggest is that pulling Detroit up into Southfield like that, it kind of doesn't solve the problem of concentrated populations. It makes it worse.
Exactly.
So what you need to do is sever off Southfield with just a portion of Northwest Detroit, and then bring in Redford and then a little bit of Livonia.
Okay,
and
so that would
sort
be-
of solves the problem.
So the Northwest Detroit is currently, so District 9, our District 9 is currently Northwest Detroit, right? District 9 is within Northwest Detroit.
Right.
Okay, so, and right, in terms of communities of interest and what I'm trying to do here with the District 9, thanks for listening, John. And just, number 9 has enough for, we're 39,000, roughly 39,000. So it's not enough for 2 districts. And the Dearborn district, the Arab district that we're trying to draw is number 19. Can you, how are we're right on population with number 19, District 19? Is that true? We're a little under.
Yeah, just a little under 18, almost 1,900 under.
Okay. And, just acknowledging what Doug said, right, that we want to try to preserve an Arab community of interest within this district. And we also want to recognize, right, the downriver district that we've drawn. Rebecca, I'm just wondering if there's ways to play with it. Right. Part of me thinks that I feel like 13 is not bad. 8, 6, and 7. I feel like we've got a good sort of the Eastern.
Which one is 13?
It's the yellow.
The yellow. Okay.
Yep. And then we've got 8, 6, and 7 heading east. Right. I feel like we've got and I can't remember 5, what we think about 5, but it doesn't feel like wrong. But yeah, as we continue west, right, 9, 10, 14, right, in the downriver, like what we've drawn, we've gotten feedback, public comments that say they like it.
Yeah.
Right. And so knowing that we're going to disturb it, there's a part of me that wants to be as intentional and deliberate as possible. So I'm thinking about, the way we do it, the way we would disturb it. Right. And so I'm thinking about if we, in general, if y'all agree with my assessment of like 8, 7, 6, and we just copy this and say, hey, this is what we like. And then we'll just mess around with 9, 10, 19, and the downriver, right? To try to see if we can preserve communities of interest and get a VRA analysis that feels right. And I say VRA analysis, and what I mean is really a more balanced racial demographic, so that we have, and without diluting the African American vote in the city. And I guess I'm asking, I'm not seeing any hands, or I'm not seeing any lot of no objections, so to speak. So I'm going to ask that you make a copy of this one, John, saying that this is a good
Okay.
start.
And this is going to be 15A because it's based on the alternate draft. And this may end up carrying forward with a different name or number.
Oh, great.
Oh, Steve, Commissioner Lett, I see you have a hand up.
MC, looking at the percentages on voting whites and blacks, and I can't see all the matrix at the same time, but it appears to me that there's a lot of work that's got to be done to get the percentages down under 50. And that's so I mean, I don't mind what you're doing, but there's more work to go.
Yeah. So what I'm hearing you say, Steve, which acknowledges, 13 isn't good. And 8 is 8 good? Like, when are we under? Yeah, we're under 50%. Yeah. So that is okay. So John, let's just keep playing, because we know that this one has to change. Like, we like 8, 7, and 6. 13's not okay. 9, 10.
What are the percentages on 13?
We're over 50%, I know, on 13 for voting
Is it a
age.
lot over, or is it a little bit?
13, we're 57.
57.
Yeah. And voting age population, we're at 79. So significant. So it needs more work.
Sorry, just to clarify, when you say voting age population, were you referring to that number?
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't have anything to do with any racial demographic. That's just a percentage of the voting age population out of the total population.
Right. The next.
So you see that
column,
all the
yeah.
districts here,
Yes.
it's just a ratio of voting age to total population.
Okay, thank you.
This over here, these areas are the racial demographics as a percent
Of the voting
age
population.
population.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Okay, so we do not need to make a clone, because we've already got. Yeah, so let's just keep playing, John.
Okay, so continuing with this plan.
Continuing with this plan, and Rebecca, would you Steve, sorry.
Steve, did you have another comment, or?
It might be useful to look at how the votes took place. We have that on the bottom on the overview. While we're looking at non-Hispanic, black, non-Hispanic, white, I think that John, you can help me. Doesn't when we look at the actual vote totals, doesn't that break that down a little finer?
The vote totals just have the statewide election results for each district. So I can give those to you for any district that's in the plan here.
I don't know if that'd be helpful. That was just a thought that it might be, perhaps not.
I like it. Thank you for bringing that in, Steve. That's trying to figure out how much information we have and to help us is useful. So I really appreciate that. And
So do you want me to show you
Yes.
the area of Livonia?
yeah, so I think what we're doing now, John, is I'm gonna turn it over to Rebecca to help drive.
Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to reconfigure this a little bit, and then we're going to take what we leave behind and incorporate it into 19. So if you could, for District 9, I want you to go up to the Southfield area, and I want you to grab the city of Berkeley, which comes off on the right. You see that it's right there. Yeah, Berkeley. It's kind of like that big circle in front of you. That's Berkeley.
And where do you want this to go?
I want it to
from
go into
13
9.
into 9?
Yep. Okay, so now I want you to also add in Redford and Redford Township into 9.
Just a moment. That was Detroit.
Yeah. We're way over population. And just to be clear, we're going to have to juggle some other districts. So if you don't like this, we can go back and do something different. But this is kind of my suggestion to solve the problem. So, all right. So that little bit of 10 that's still there.
Yeah, that's part of Detroit. So
Yep, throw it
when-
into 9.
Okay.
Mhm. All right.
Okay.
So
And to be clear, I don't know that I put Redford and Redford Township in.
it looks like you have. Yeah.
Okay. I clicked one, so that might not have been both of them.
Okay. So now we're going to go a little bit into Livonia, which is to the west side. It's green right now. And we're going to take the upper part of Livonia north of 6 Mile, which is partially in 12 and partially in 10.
So these areas along the northern border first into 9.
Yes. It's basically like the top 2 rows of precincts going across.
Something like that.
Yep. Okay, so now I want to go back. Just pause right there for a second so I can show you. So you see that squiggly line right there that's 96? It kind of like comes down, dips down, and comes back up.
Not
Yep,
quite
right
sure.
where your mouse cursor is.
Here?
Yep, right
Okay.
there. Okay, so I want you to kind of zoom into that area a little bit. All right, so we see the border of Redford there. So what I want to do is right where that 9 is sitting, there's a precinct just northeast of it. And we're going to start assigning that into 13. So right where the 9 is sitting right now, that number 9, that precinct, that one that is like a half of a box. Actually, wait, hold on. Where's
Is
Redford?
that Brightmoor neighborhood?
I don't.
I think Brightmoor is a little to the north.
Yeah, I don't think that's
Okay.
Brightmoor. Brightmoor is a solid box.
Okay.
So basically, I want to stay outside of Redford, but in Detroit. And I'm looking at my map. So, oh, I'm in the wrong spot. So go down a little bit.
Just for what that is Brightmoor.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, is
So
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yes.
okay. So yeah. So take Brightmoor,
And that's going into 13.
13. The red lines are your precincts. Is that right?
No, the red lines are the Detroit neighborhoods. The-
Okay.
The
All right.
light
I was going to
yellow.
say they look a little different.
Yeah, light yellow lines are the precincts.
Okay. Can you?
So I believe this is the Redford Township.
Yeah, can you
line.
take the red off just so it's easier to compare to what I'm looking at on my screen, just for now? We can add them back in. That makes it a lot easier. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna follow that line of the Jeffries Freeway. all the way to 13. So yep, you see how it dips down and comes back up. We're just going to assign that all into 13. Nope, just stop there. Yeah. So then go above where you just assigned and pull that next row out. Yep. Same thing. We're just going to assign that over.
This next grouping.
Yep. All right, and could you zoom in so I can see where Southfield Freeway is? I think Southfield is right in the center there. Where's Rosedale? Rosedale and Grandmont. They're along Southfield. Rosedale Park. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. Because I want that kept together. So help me on this map we're looking at. I want Rosedale Park, Grandmont, North Rosedale together. So I have it carved out here, but I can't really tell it there.
And I
So,
see Commissioner Curry nodding her head, so I think that's all right. Is that
Yeah.
right, Juanita?
yeah, we want Rosedale, Grandmont, North Rosedale together. So Southfield Freeway is the guide. They're on the west side. So I believe we need to zoom in a little bit to 9 on the west side of the Southfield Freeway.
Okay, so this is M39.
That's
this is
Southfield, yeah.
Southfield. Yeah.
So just zoom in a little bit so we can maybe see the neighborhood names or the roads.
Okay, so,
So we're looking
Grand
for-
River to
yep.
Southfield.
We're looking for Fenkel or McNichols, either of the, oh, there it is right there. Okay, so you see where the road comes through and starts curving down right above where the 9 is?
Yep.
That I believe is the upper edge of Rosedale. So we want to take that area. I've got this right.
So this is this says outer.
Yeah, can you put on the
outer
layer of the
drive.
neighborhoods again? Because that'll make it easier.
Okay.
Because I'm looking for specific neighborhoods that are community of interest that want to stay together. And I want to make sure I haven't split them. Is that the same as that?
It's the same, but it's the same overlay, yes. It's different districts, right?
Yeah.
Okay, at this scale, I've got the
Okay, there it
neighborhood
is right
names
there,
on.
North Rosedale Park. So that's the upper edge of it.
Okay, so you want that to be put into 13?
Yes, so North Rosedale, and you can take gray, and then underneath it should be Grandmont, Rosedale Park. All of that area, we're gonna put over into 13.
And you could even probably go McNichols and Evergreen area too.
Yeah.
You need to, if you need to.
Yeah, so now, yeah, they were split. That's what I thought. So we'll put them all together. We'll leave Brightmoor with 9.
So the voting precinct line here for this precinct goes into the Evergreen neighborhood. Are you looking at taking those into 13 or not?
I would go to the block level and have you follow Outer Drive there. You see, that's what's curving Evergreen Outer Drive. So that lower level, that's south of Evergreen Outer Drive where it kind of comes up and curves. Like all of that, that's purple right now, I would put into 9. Or I'm sorry, 13. I do, because part of it's Rosedale.
Okay, so this is a portion of the Evergreen Outer Drive.
Yeah, I don't want to go
neighborhood.
north. I want, yep, that area right below Outer Drive. That, yep, straight across there. And then just stop there.
Okay, and
And
you
then
want this included in 13?
I would take that block and put it back to evergreen. So put it back to 9. So on the other side of Outer Drive, I want it with North Rosedale. The other part I want with 9.
So these that I'm going to
Yep,
draw.
that whole.
John, can you help us understand what the blue squares and the orange dots mean when we're at that level?
I think that just may be the same data you're looking at earlier with the non-Hispanic white. The blue dots might be something else. I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Okay, can we scroll back a bit to see where we're at? Yes, Commissioner Clark.
Go ahead and scroll back first, because I want to look up at the Berkeley area when we get there.
Okay, so that's good. We've got our line. So now I want to go down into north of Dearborn. Okay, and so you see that whole area between District 19 and District 13 that's currently 9. Yep, right there. Along that border of Redford, I want to take the areas in 9 and put them into 19.
Including this area, Redford.
No,
into
we don't
19?
want Redford. So we're just going to go outside of Redford.
Okay.
Yep.
So into 19.
Yep.
So is 19 still sort of our Arab
Yes.
community? Okay.
Those are the precincts along Redford Township.
Yep. There should be one more because Redford's a block. Oh no, Redford, you've got it. You got it. So keep going along 96. That's again, that freeway there. And we're going to just keep assigning until you get to the point where it comes up, and we're going to stop there.
So I think this is Southfield here.
Yep.
Okay, so it's up to the Southfield
Yep.
line.
Nope. Keep going a little bit more. So go over 2 more precincts. Yep. All right, then we're going to take one more row over.
Okay.
All
More
right.
or no more?
And yep, so continue that last area. Are you doing block level or precinct level?
Still precincts.
Okay, so just assign that and let's see how it looks when you assign it. Mhm.
More.
Yep. I know it's wonky. All right, that last one right there. Yep, right there. All right. And then stop once you assign that last little block right there. Yep, do that. Oh, that's a little too far. Can you take off what you just assigned? That little one that comes out kind of at an angle. Yeah. So take off that one that's got the discontinuity in between it. that looks like a square with its corner cup. Yep, that one right there. Take that off. Okay, so now I want you to scroll down a little bit. So we're gonna go to the other edge of Dearborn.
Okay, pardon me. Let me just save the plan.
Yep, I think that's a good choice. Not right now. Yeah, not right now. Okay, so you see where Dearborn sort of juts out on an edge there, or it's got a little curve, looks like an ear hanging off the side of Dearborn. Yeah, so scroll into there, zoom in a little bit. Yep, right there. All right, so we have, back out a little bit. We have a few neighborhoods there that are pretty strongly Arab American. So yeah, so just click right there to get the precincts. It's hard to see the precincts in this area. I wish I had a pointer so I could point for you. Okay, so you see where it blocks out and comes down like an ear? I want you to grab the precincts just to the east of that. Okay, let me show you. That's easier. So here, come out like this, and then this precinct here grab. So this, follow the freeway, and then there's another precinct right there, and that's what I want to grab. So up here. This two. This two. Back to the right. So we're gonna, yep. So we're gonna even this out here and here and here.
In the rail area.
Yep, right. Yep. Lano, Dix intersection. Okay. So then let's go back down to the bottom of this district and take off Taylor. Yeah, bottom of 19 and take off the city of Taylor.
What district do you want me to assign it to?
Put it into 17. All right, so where are we at now? Okay, so.
On 19, it's 5380.
Okay.
And if you have something on your screen, an easy way to check congruency is to look at the total population.
Okay.
And odds are if they're the same, then the district boundary are the same.
Okay. It's not exactly what I have, but we're kind of working with other people's districts. So, but I think that's good. So now we have 19 having 26% African-American, almost 10% Hispanic, and that brings us to a 41% minority population total. And then, all right, let's see where we're at with 9. So 9, we need to assign that portion of 9 that's left in Detroit down into 17, and then we're going to take some things off 17. Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to have to rejuggle this a little bit to get all the populations balanced. But for right now, I just want to put all of 9 into 17 so we can see where we stand with 9 without all this other population in there.
So following your request, I'm just doing this in 2 parts. I'm walking up from 17, and then we'll look at the northern edge of that part of 9 in a moment.
Okay.
Also, we'll probably have to look later at the water boundaries.
Mhm.
So that's the.
Looking back in this area here, this is assigned to 9. It's probably a 0 population block. What I'd recommend is that you click on the voting precincts of this area and put that into 8
Okay.
since it's surrounded by 8.
Yep. Go ahead and do that if you want to do that right now, or we can do it later. Either way.
Okay, so this will just show the whole voting district. It may or may not be what we want.
Okay.
I think that is what you wanted.
Okay, good. And it looks like there might, a little along the freeway too.
Okay, so
Yeah.
again, I'm going to click on the voting precinct first and let's see what that looks like. So again,
Okay.
basically there was just a voting precinct that was probably inadvertently split.
Okay.
All right, so that's an 8, that's now an 8, the fragments of voting precincts. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to take one more into 17 from 9
Yeah.
and then.
And John,
we'll
before you
look.
leave 8, there's one more fragment in the south, just below that. Yes, right there.
I think that's a highway designator.
Oh yeah, it's a highway designator.
Can you check if the little sliver of 9 that's running along 13 is contiguous or if it's a diagonal?
Right, I was going to back out first and then look at the whole area. So this is the area of 9 that's still not assigned.
Right. We're just gonna assign it to 17 for right now.
Okay,
And then we're gonna take a look back and see where we are with 9, and then we can readjust this with 13. if we need to.
okay. So at this point, we seem to have cleared all of the area of 9, but I'd recommend just doing a contiguity check here to see if something might have been missed.
Yep, go ahead and do that.
Okay, so this is the area of District 9 that we think is only the District 9. So I'll just run the contiguity check. And also there are other known contiguity issues in this plan that we have not addressed that we are aware of.
Yes.
Juanita, you're unmuted. Did you have something you wanted to share?
No, I'm just trying to, I need a little break.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Couple minutes, 5-minute break.
7, 8.
Okay, so just as concerning District 9, no discontiguity. So there's no fragment that we left somewhere in this area. So all of 9 is in this area.
Commissioner Curry, we currently have 10. So if you want to get up and take a break and come back in a few minutes, that would be great. Because you can certainly do that.
Okay, so this leaves District 17, 122,000 above the ideal.
Yep.
And District 9 is 28, almost 29,000 below the ideal.
Okay, so we're going to go down to 17 and try to fix that quickly by taking off some of the downriver community. So we're going to work from the bottom, go to the township level.
Okay,
Commissioner Witches.
Why exactly are we messing with the downriver community on the south border? Based on all the praise that we've received, that's basically a perfect district from everyone that lives there.
Because we're going to have to balance out the population in Detroit. There just isn't any other way.
I disagree completely.
Okay.
Like, I mean, where are you drawing this conclusion from out of curiosity? Because I don't see it.
From what our voting rights expert indicated, that our populations were too packed.
Correct, but there's the northern areas and then there's also the areas going out towards the east, not south, that can be adjusted.
To the east.
I mean, to the west, I apologize.
Well, we've already done that. We just adjusted Dearborn, Redford, Livonia. And so now we're adjusting southern And we've also adjusted northern along the entire northern edge of the city as well. So
Yeah,
it's not like,
I've been watching that happen. There has got to be a different way to do that. There just has to be.
okay. All right, so let's continue with what I suggested and we'll just see how it all shakes out and then we can redraw it if we need to. So go down to the bottom.
Okay, so in addition, you put Taylor into 17, and that was a recent addition to 17.
So
looking
I
at the-
basically want you to take everything south of Taylor. So Southgate, Wyandotte, Riverview, Woodhaven, and pull those off and.
Okay,
see.
and then I think with Brownstown, I think that's the one where one of the townships down here is not contiguous.
It's Brownstown, yeah. It kind of jogs from one area to another and there's a gap in between.
Okay, so all right, so where should I assign these towns?
What's below it right now?
This, I believe,
Is that our unassigned area?
yeah, this is the unassigned portion in Monroe County. This is the county line right here.
Okay,
the
let's put
river.
them in 28 for now.
28, okay. So that's the district that goes out here into Lenawee.
Yep. Yep. And then we already know we have to readjust that one anyway. So let's just move them over there for now. Try to
Okay.
bring the population down in 17.
So since we're putting them into 28, I'm starting with the ones that are adjacent to 28.
Yep.
So Flat Rock. And then Brownstown, and this will show the discontinuity. And then Rockwood.
Yep.
Gibraltar. And Woodhaven, and then between Trenton and Grosse Ile, you'd have to consider that.
How much are we at for 17? We're 57,000 under, and what's Grosse Ile population?
57,000 over.
Over, sorry.
That's right.
Sorry, wrong way. I would take off both Trenton and Grosse Ile.
Okay, so now it's 28,000.
So keep going up. Riverview,
Okay. Now you have Taylor, Southgate, and Wyandotte. And you're about 15,000 over.
so split those or leave them together. What would you do? Or take more off Detroit?
I wish I had some expertise. I don't know what to do.
Oh, Commissioner Eid?
Well, I quite like the changes you made to District 19. I think Taylor does associate much more with Grand River than with Dearborn, and the parts of Detroit that you added onto it also, like you said, has the Arab American population in that parts of Detroit. So now you're trying to gain population for 17 or?
No. If we take off Wyandotte and Southgate and put them into 17 or put them into 28, which is where I think they're probably better fit. It's going to put us under population if we move Wyandotte and Southgate into 28, then we are under population in 17, which is okay. We just need to go to the northern boundary and grab a little bit more. So that's what I was asking. Would you split those up or would you pull them all off as communities? And my inclination would be to pull them all off and put them to the downriver.
What if we, and could we try to do sort of like a northern, whatever, downriver and a southern downriver? Could we try to sort of make sense of it?
I mean, like Taylor, Lincoln Park, and River Rouge are the communities where we have the high Hispanic population. Well, Taylor, not so much Hispanic, but a high African-American population. Lincoln Park and Ecorse are high Hispanic population, and that also trails into Detroit. So it's kind of keeping them together. I feel like Southgate and Wyandotte are very substantially different. So they should go, I'd rather push them into the downriver and then add a little more in Detroit because we already have to balance in Detroit. Commissioner Witches.
So just for the record, this is going against everything that we've been told about the downriver area. And going back to the minority Hispanic population, that has basically been said that it would be a better way to handle in the house. You are literally taking everything that we've been told about the downriver area and cutting it up into two very distinct pieces. So I don't think this is the way that we need to go about doing it. I just wanted to say that one more time to everybody who's potentially watching.
And I think, yeah, and you speak for, I think, all of us, right? We're just trying to somehow keep as many communities of interest together as possible and recognize that we have tough choices to make. I think this is just one option, but you're right. This is a second option. We need a third, we need a fourth, right? It's not like this is it. It's just, we have to try something in order to get this VRA analysis.
Right.
We
We have to solve the problem of Detroit, and we're not going to be able to do that by ignoring the population in Southwest Detroit and creating a 70% district down there. It's just not going to solve that problem. And VRA, as we all know, is number one. So John, I would ask you to assign Wyandotte and Southgate into 28. Right. And so now 17 has 39,000 under. So we're going to go back up into Detroit and we're going to take a little bit more population in Detroit.
From 8 or 13 or 19.
Who's more over? 13?
13 is over by 25,000. 8 should be on the button, but it's not. 8 is actually under quite a bit.
Okay. So let's go from 13 because that'll make it easier. So I just want you to start picking off some of the, and if you could put the neighborhood map back up, that would be helpful. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, what I was going to mention before was, I think in the northern part of 13 is Berkeley. You assign that
into
to
9. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's more associated, and I know what you're trying to do with the numbers,
Right.
but it's more associated with the Royal Oak area than it is to the west. But I going back, I understand what you're trying to do with the numbers.
Yeah.
To make
I'm
them
just trying to
balanced.
balance.
Yeah.
Okay, so assigning from 13 into 17.
Yep. So let's just start taking some along there that are neighborhood blocks and put them in as best you can, because I know there's a lot of crazy precincts in there. You'll click one thing and get all sorts of stuff.
Okay, so.
Yep. Just keep going.
Okay. Okay, so as we're getting a little closer, there's still more to take. This
Yep.
area next?
Yep. Just keep going. And obviously we're not going to go into Highland Park. So I would suggest you grab those 2 precincts that are on the eastern edge right now. Yep. So that one right there and the one to the east of it and the little 2 little blurbs there. And we'll put them all with 17. And then we're going to start.
Just a moment on this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Highland Park. I'm thinking Hamtramck. We can actually go just straight north from here. Because Hamtramck is good. So just keep moving kind of northward. And I would Highland Park's going to add a lot of population quickly if you click on that, just to warn you.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think we're into Highland Park.
Yeah. So if you add Highland Park, it's going to add like 9,000 people right there.
Yeah, I'm just double checking the boundary.
Yep, that's it right there.
And I see some, like a neighborhood or two that are sort of split between 8 and 17. And if 8 is also underpopulated, we might just consider adding that little piece of 17 to 8
Yeah.
to keep the neighborhood whole.
Yep. Right. So continue to work on the west side of Highland Park.
Okay, so 17 is 12,000 under.
Okay.
And this, I believe this is the boundary with Highland Park right here.
Yep.
All right.
So I would just try to grab that little block that's under the Jeffries Freeway. And can you use the select box so I can see how much you're going to add before you add it?
I'm not sure.
You're not very good. You're not
Well,
used to using that. I just Kat uses it a lot, but that's okay. So just just continue to work.
I'll put the populations on so we can count that.
Yeah, I just don't want to have you add a bunch and then we need to take it back off. Okay, so those are neighborhoods. So yeah, just continue filling in the neighborhoods. We're getting close. So definitely, yeah, just keep going.
So this is getting into a new neighborhood boundary. And then I think this is the township line.
Yeah. So I think we can probably take that whole neighborhood if I'm looking at the numbers right. Where we're under by 6, and that's a little more. 1 second.
I'll complete this and then stop.
Yeah, we'll
and you
see
can
where we're at.
reevaluate because, for example, you have a split neighborhood in some
Yeah.
other area.
Okay, so 17 is now 40% African American or 40% white, 33% African American, 20% Hispanic, with a total minority population of 60%. 19, can we scroll down and see what 19 is? 19 is 26% African American, 9% almost Hispanic, and 41% minority. And then, of course, that includes all of the Arab Americans who live there. And let's look what we have for 9. Is it possible to remove that dot layer? Because it's just distracting. Thank you.
Sorry, I started doing that before you asked me to.
I know. That was like brilliant timing. Okay, so 9, we're under, so we need to add more, but we are at 57% African American, little Hispanic, 66% total. So that one's still a little high, but it's better than it was. And then 13 is still a little high with the 16 or the 62%. But I think they're better. I mean, I think, go ahead, Clark.
Yeah, how far south does 17 go?
The southern border is Ecorse, Taylor, and Allen Park, or sorry, Lincoln Park.
And what do we do with Wyandotte? We didn't eliminate that?
We put it into
No, we didn't eliminate
downriver. Yeah,
Yeah,
we eliminated it. We wiped it off the map.
Traded it to Canada,
Yep. We put it with downriver.
We put it into 28.
Yeah, the 28th is a district holding a lot of population, including all of Lenawee County and areas to the west.
And we know we have to readjust that. We already.
And I know, yeah, I'll just make the point. I share Dustin's opinion that I think we went too far south on this, but
Sure.
I
And-
guess maybe after lunch or something, we'll talk about that.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is it feels like we're addressing our legal our
challenge.
our challenge, a legal challenge that we've had. It's not exactly the spokes, which was what I was looking for. And, it's an option. It just feels like it's better than what we had. But we need a third option too.
Yeah.
And at this point, I just feel like I feel like we may have had, I feel like I need to conclude my turn. And I think we may have the rationale.
Well, do you want to add more to 9 and 13 to balance them a little more? Or do you want to just stop? Because we're still.
I feel like, right. Okay. So you said 9 and 13. So 13.
Because we could go a little farther into Oakland County with those two.
Right.
To
And this
reduce
is, so I feel like we need more. Yeah.
I wouldn't go into Oakland County. I'd go west instead.
I'm tempted to go into Livonia too. Go ahead.
We could do that. So west into Farmington Hills, I think is more tricky because Farmington Hills is a big area. Whereas the nice thing about Oakland County is it's got a lot of small communities. You've got Berkeley and Fraser and there's like a million little teeny Lathrop Village, little kind of small areas that we can grab where it might be easier to get population. So that's just a thought. But I think we can also go farther south into Livonia that would accomplish the same thing and then just continue to adjust. And maybe, I mean, to your point, Commissioner Clark, if we go farther south into Livonia, then we can put Berkeley back with 13 and that might balance out 13 a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think Berkeley was with 14 at some point. If Berkeley and Royal Oak were with 14, I think we got a population problem up in 14 too.
Right. No, and I think that's what I think we're all wrestling with, right? Is like, if we get Detroit right, it affects everything else.
Right. And that's the thing.
Absolutely.
We have to do it, get it right first. And then we just
we're pretty
filter
happy
out.
with 8 and 6 and 5 and 7.
Eight,
And we
yep.
don't want to touch those.
Correct.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
And so what I'll do is I'll take the suggestions that we leave it underpopulated or leave 9 and 13 sort of here. I think, Rebecca, I think you're next after me as far as.
I feel like I already had a turn.
Yeah, so I was
I'm
gonna
perfectly
offer-
happy to just skip that, but we're supposed to break for lunch in 5 minutes. so-
Yeah. And I guess what I'm trying to do is just acknowledge, right, that we have to somehow wrestle with this. And so if there are other people who feel like they're ready to wrestle, so to speak, like we can always do it collaboratively. Right. But it just feels like we've got to the point is that we've got an option here, but it's not one that we all like.
Yeah.
So if we come back after the break, let's try to figure out, do we continue wrestling with 13, 9, 19, and 17?
Mhm.
Or do we act right? Because we'll leave it unless we continue wrestling. And that's not how I want to finish my turn, is just say, hey, this is another option, but I'll finish. I think the rationale is good. And I think we already talked about whether it's you or
And
somebody else after this.
Yeah, I think the intention with all of this juggling, I see you, Steve, I'll call on you in a second. The intention with all of this juggling is to address the concerns that Bruce relayed to us about us having these districts where they were 70 and 80% African-American or more once you added in other minorities. And so the thought process behind this is trying to balance that so we are complying with the Voters' Rights Act and not packing the way that the districts previously were, while still incorporating communities that have ties to the Detroit area so they're not significantly dissimilar. So that's kind of my thought process on the way that I'm drawing these lines and incorporating in sort of the border communities with the city of Detroit to sort of reach those numbers, knowing that we're going to have to adjust things as we go out. But I think if Bruce were to look at these numbers and what we've done, I think he'd be much happier with the way that we are today than we were a day or two ago. And obviously there, with all of these lines, nothing is final yet. We're still working and trying to sort things out. But I think this moves us closer to sort of having Detroit a little better and more balanced. And that doesn't mean that we can't adjust elsewhere as well. Commissioner Lett.
Let me suggest that we stay in the Detroit area and move out, because if we don't, and you move out and then we have to come back, you're just going to have to do what you did outside again. So
I
I think the
agree.
key really is to get the Detroit area done and then move out. And that's exactly the opposite of what I thought when we started this whole process a year ago.
The wisdom of Steve. All right, so we are supposed to take a 75-minute break, but we did lose quite a bit of time yesterday. I'm wondering if there's any interest in maybe taking a shorter lunch, like maybe a 45-minute lunch or an hour lunch, rather than doing the 75 minutes.
Just so
Is an hour
everybody,
sufficient?
just so everybody knows, I'll be leaving. I have a doctor's appointment and I'll rejoin after that.
Okay. What's your approximate ETA on rejoining, just so we're aware?
Probably no earlier than 2:30.
Okay, fantastic. All right, so let's take an hour break. Let's not do the 75 minutes. Let's try to get that 15 minutes of time back. It is 11:58 right now. Without objection, we will recess for 60 minutes at 1 p.m. Thank you, everybody, and have a good break. Okay. I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:03 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. And if you're attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present, and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett. Present. Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Without objection, we will now resume item 5A, unfinished business. Hearing no objection, we will now resume mapping state Senate districts. And so Commissioner Rothorn and I were sort of collaboratively working on the last turn. What I would like, because our general counsel wasn't in the room, I kind of want her to weigh in on what we were attempting to achieve in the Detroit district in light of the advice we had received from our expert Bruce Adelson yesterday. So if we could bring that map back up for her, I would appreciate it.
Okay, so we're changing pilot and co-pilot here. So Kent will be bringing up the plan that we worked on,
Okay, thank you.
and I'll be here.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I can provide, I can certainly provide my general comments at this time. So it is my understanding, I was out of the room, unfortunately, dealing with an issue for a portion of this morning's mapping session. It is my understanding that the commission endeavored to unpack some of the Detroit districts that were 90% or more minority population. And in doing so, the commission was looking at not only the racial population data, the voting age population data, but also the election data as identified by Dr. Hanley in her racial block voting analysis. And that the commission was utilizing all those data points and tools at their disposal to walk through what they hope to be, after Mr. Adelson has a chance to review the work. And Mr. Adelson is, of course, the commission's Voting Rights Act legal counsel expert advising on compliance with the Voting Rights Act. But that the information looked at and the manner at which it was considered would be consistent to what Mr. Adelson through during yesterday's mapping session when he was present. So I hope you find those comments helpful, Madam Chair, and if I can respond to any additional questions.
Thank you very much. So Kent, can you bring the map up for us to look at?
All right, I understand y'all were working in and around the 9 area.
We were sort of working collectively on multiple districts to rebalance them a little bit.
Okay.
Can we bring up the matrix for the areas that we're looking at? Can you roll up to them so I can see?
Districts in the view.
And can you also take off the neighborhood grid so it's a little easier for everybody to see?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So then my question is, before we move on, do we want to try to adjust the populations in 9 and 13? So we have 9, 13, and 12. Where's 12? Oh, 12 is Plymouth. Okay.
9, 10, 12, and 13, all 4.
Yeah. So do we want to try to increase the populations in 9 and 13 to start with, and then we could move on out, or someone else could move on from out there? Since these were the 2 we were working on, MC, do you want to try to add a little?
I just want to echo what I think Steve also said, was that like, it feels like we do have to be in Detroit and get Detroit right and move, out into the suburbs. So it feels like it feels silly. I shouldn't say silly, but yes, I think we have to wrestle with it.
So let's start with 9 then, because I think the easy answer there is Livonia. And let's look at putting more of Livonia into 9, and then we will just continue to adjust as we go out. And I would suggest starting with those really densely populated subdivisions that are right on the eastern border of Livonia. So right above the freeway, like right above 96. Yeah.
All right, those are
Those areas.
precincts and the populations.
Okay.
So did you just tell me to move this area into 9 or?
Farther down by the freeway. So go down a little bit. Yeah. So those starting right there.
This area? The vertical area?
The vertical area bordering District 9.
All righty, let's do it. You're going to put it in 9. You're going to put it in 9?
Put it in 9 from 10.
That area?
Because we're trying to make up 28,000 people.
And you still need 16,000 more.
Okay, so let's do the next row.
And is this the Detroit area? Is this where we want to have neighborhoods and not break up neighborhoods, or is this?
This is
outside Detroit?
Livonia.
This is, okay, so we're outside Detroit.
Yep, this
Okay.
is Livonia.
And now you're at minus 2.5%, which is 6,700.
Can we take that center block just so it's more balanced? Yeah.
This.
Yep.
That's 14,445. You're right, exactly 2%.
Okay. Do you want to keep going, or you think that's good?
It seems like if we're going to do our due diligence, we should probably look at the election results
Yep.
for 9 and 10, and just sort of make sure that we did something that feels.
Well, do you want to adjust
justifiable.
13 first and before you do that?
I do.
Okay.
So sorry, Kent, can we go back to, let's adjust 13 and then we'll look at it all together.
Okay, so something that Commissioner Clark said is that we should put, is it starts with an H, Hazel Park? Is that Hazel Park?
No, I thought it was Berkeley. Berkeley.
Berkeley, okay, Berkeley. Do we want to put Berkeley back into 13? Can we see what the population of Berkeley is? I thought it was like right around 13, but I'm not.
Is that a precinct or a township?
It's that little jut out. Yeah, right there.
15.
15.
Berkeley, 15,194.
When I made that comment, I thought Berkeley was in 13.
So if you put Berkeley into
Yeah.
13, it would be exactly right.
Okay, so let's put Berkeley into 13, and then we'll add a little bit more into
13 is at is 155 people over,
okay.
0.06.
So let's look at 9 again and go back to Livonia. And we'll add a little bit more into 9.
So the non-Hispanic Black is still at 50, over 50.
Can I assume, well, it's pretty much has to be in this area or you're going to cut it off.
Right.
Or move it into 12.
Nope, let's do that area right there. Let's see what the population is.
2,200, 19.
So I would go across first. So take the top 2.
Well, that's 3, but.
Yep, 3 precincts.
So 9 is 14,000 under.
Okay, can we pull the bottom ones? See where we're at.
Oh yeah, that's definitely.
And
You're
we're
still
still
going to be low.
It's still a little light. Yep.
So now you're at 80.
Okay,
Okay, but we are going down in our percentage.
Yep.
Yeah,
that's what we want.
right on.
So you're 8,480 under.
And I think we can take off all 3 of those right there on that edge, right? Yep, those 3.
That puts you at 0.68 under.
I think that's okay. What do you think?
Yeah, and it's about 51% non-Hispanic Black.
Yeah.
It's not great, but it's better.
It's better than it was. Yeah.
Well, 9 is 52.26 non-Hispanic Black. Oh, you're looking at the voting age. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's better. Can we look at the voting results now?
For 9 and 13.
Yeah.
This is 9. You want me to read them out?
No, I think that's okay. Because there's actually, I think we should do 19 and 17 also, just to sort of, make sure that we.
District 19.
70, 5% Democratic.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think what this means is that we've got crossover. We're not diluting.
Yeah,
we've got
it's
coalition.
crossover voting in coalition districts,
Mhm.
which is what I would expect in those areas, honestly.
Yeah, 75% Democratic.
So,
Yeah.
so 9 is good on population. 13 is good on population. I'm just trying to see if we like rebalanced everything back. So 9 is good. 13 is good. 6 is still good.
And to be
8
clear,
is
I don't,
still good.
I just
No,
want to
8 is
acknowledge
under.
that you're saying good, but I think what we're it's difficult to get a balance, right? We do want to try to get closer to 50% and 50%.
No, I'm just talking about the total population. Like
Yeah.
we're not massively off the total population.
Yeah. And I'm referring to 50% actually Democrat
Right,
and
right,
Republican.
right.
And it's just incredibly challenging in this area to get that. So we're trying to, get closer to a voting per age population and a percentage of minority candidates who are not going to have their vote diluted because of, too strong of, they're not able to elect their candidate of choice, I think is the words that our consultant
Bruce would
uses.
use,
Yeah. So 17 and so we got 9 and 13 and then 17 and 19, you were starting to bring up the election results for that.
Okay.
Kent, please.
19 is at 2.03% over. But we'll go to this. And which one we're going to look at? Here's 17.
Mm-hmm.
And here's 19.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, what I would expect knowing those areas, that they are largely Democratic.
Yep. And there, I mean, so we can't predict it, but the likelihood that there's going to be vote dilution is lower.
Mm-hmm.
Eyeballing it. Okay.
Okay. And so can we go back to the primary page and look at the overall totals to see what we jacked up with doing this? So we've got 10 way off.
And what's
8 is off. Where is
well, let's
8?
just acknowledge that 19, right, is the Arab American district. And so we have non-Hispanic Black in 19, also at a significant 23%, 27, 26.6, I think is what it says. And then the white percentage, what we would want to acknowledge is that's also the Arab population, significant 60, almost 60% there in 19. And 17 is what we've,
District 17 is 0.31%. District 19 is 203%.
In terms of population.
Population. 14 is well down, 47,000. 12 is 12,000 under. 10 is 126,000 under.
Right. And 17 at this point is 33% Black. And what we looked at when we looked at the election results was that there was not likely going to be a vote dilution based on a lower minority representation there.
Right. Because it's crossover voting, significant.
Right. And we also acknowledge that it's not the best representation. That district does not represent the COIs and what we'd like to have with the whole downriver represented. And so we want to have alternatives.
I honestly don't know about that because I feel like the Latino community in and Lincoln Park, Ecorse, Melvindale, and Allen Park had submitted maps to us and strongly asserted that they wanted to be put in with Detroit. So I don't think it's inconsistent with what the people in those particular communities asked for. Now we did get other downriver voices saying they wanted to be kept together, but this mostly does keep the downriver community together. It's just taking off those portions that specifically asked to be put into Detroit, with the exception of Taylor, but Taylor is a pretty strong minority community as well. So I think that it would fit there. So short of people from Taylor or Lincoln Park or Ecorse or Allen Park coming out and saying they're uncomfortable with this, I think this is what we've been asked to do with respect to those particular communities rather than just the broader downriver area.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, I feel like you and I did a strong, long collaborative piece, and I feel like I'm done. And I appreciate the help, and I think that's the best. Yeah, I think that I welcome other options, but that feels like we're doing our due diligence there with the VRA.
All right, MC is done. Yeah, that was a long collaborative work. So now my question is, I don't know. I mean, I can do more, but I can certainly hand it off to Janice if you want to take over.
And then 10 is going to appear down where 28 is now.
10, 12, 28.
What do you want to do, Janice?
Well, I would like to express my concern for the downriver area. I kind of agree with Dustin that maybe we should try to find a different way. And I do understand what you're doing, but I don't know this area, and I would either like you two to continue unless Commissioner Weiss wants to do it, because I just wouldn't know what to be doing in this area. So I guess it's up to the three of you.
Well, the four of us, because I know the area quite well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Juanita, I mean, do you have
Okay.
any specific thoughts about Lincoln Park being more aligned with Detroit versus the broader downriver communities?
Lincoln Park, Ecorse, River Rouge, and the south part of Detroit, they're right at each other's door. And they've been like that for the last 50 years that I know of. And so I think they may like it. I know that when we went to the town hall, River Rouge wanted to be with Ecorse and Detroit, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, MC? We were there.
We were, and to be fair, we're not supposed to bring in that town hall comment because not all commissioners were there, but you're absolutely right that we did hear that.
I feel like we had people at public hearings who echoed the same concerns because the concern in those communities are the pollution, that's the factory area.
I agree.
And
absolutely.
Yeah, the Marathon factory and other factories and Delray is dealing with the same environmental issues that those areas are dealing with. And then when you add on, in addition, the Latino community, which is very high in those areas, I think that those communities go together more than they do down with the rest of downriver.
Rebecca, Delray is empty. There's no home. There's only maybe 4 or 5 homes in Delray.
Yeah.
It's
So
totally empty.
Juanita, with your permission, I'm thinking I am interested in trying to, hearing what Janice also said is like, I'm really interested in trying to draw a district now, carving out 28 and seeing if there is a way to, what would it look like to draw the rest of downriver? So John.
What's under?
Yeah. So, with that in mind, you've got several districts that at this moment are in a partial state. District 10, District 12 is mostly fully formed and District 28 is way over. Effectively, what you've got is the population for 3 districts there, 10, 12, and 2 districts, basically 10 and 12. So you would end up probably recreating 10 downriver population wise, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. And I mean, I think that would make sense to put Romulus in with Inkster, Westland, and Wayne. Now that's going to change 12 and then you're going to have to adjust 12 a bit, but.
Right. But I'm just saying in terms of the population balance, if Kent looks at how much 10 is off versus how much 28 is over.
Yeah.
So
It's
District
pretty
4,
close.
now we still have District 14, which is a little bit to the north, but basically the population from 10, the amount it needs versus how much 28 is over, you'll end up going back to the state where you were before, where you have this unassigned Monroe area. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the last thing is 14 is out of alignment. So you're going to have to, 14 is going to have to get population probably from the south.
Why is 14 not showing up on our matrix? Can you?
He may have changed it to
28.
just the ones that are in the view.
Oh, in the view. So where's 14? Oh, it's up north. Okay.
Right. And that's where you took the Royal Oak out of it. So for example, 28 as it's drawn right now may have a little too much population. And so that kind of has to flow up to where 14 needs it one way or another. You have options, of course, but that's where the population is.
If you don't mind, Janice, I would like to work on the 10-12 balance. Okay. So
I'm fine with it.
Thank you.
Keep in mind, 14 has to happen.
Yeah, 14 has to happen too.
And again, to be clear, I think you're going to end up recreating 10 somewhere else, like as a downriver. You might end up.
So you're
essentially-
talking about like potentially just taking that out and putting it someplace else?
Correct. You would basically combine 10 and 12 and then create a new version of 10 that's downriver, which it sounds like you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes sense, but how can we tie that in with 14? Since, I mean, can we
Well,
tie that in with 14?
You're going to end up a little bit short. You're short on 14 and you're going to be over on one of these southern districts that you're drawing now. So you probably want to put the overage, push it into 12 and then it'll have to go through 11 or 9 to get to 14.
Yeah, so I'm wondering with 11, if we can have 11 take more of those areas of Plymouth that we originally took, or maybe that's Salem.
Right. So to Ken's point, if you go to 14, since you seem to be done with the northern edge of the Detroit area.
Yeah.
So if you were to rectify 14 and push that population through 11, then you're going to be on the correct side of the ledger, if you will.
Okay. So you're, as a plan of attack.
I have a point of order.
Sure. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I don't think our rules of procedure allow Commissioner Villette to pass it over back to you to continue drawing. I need to go to Commissioner Weiss first, then myself. Now, if they choose to pass, they can, but that needs to be continued to be followed.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't technically ever have my turn. So, because I was just helping MC with his turn. So technically I've never even had my turn. I just didn't want to seem like I'm hogging the mic.
Well, y'all hogged it.
What?
I think I kind of agree with Dustin because for the past 2
Okay, that's
hours.
fine. Pass it over. Yeah.
Yeah. Past 2 hours, you guys have had it. But
Great.
I
So
don't
then,
care.
Janice, do you want to take your turn or not?
No, I'll pass it to Commissioner Weiss.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss, your turn.
As much as I'd like to see you guys continue. You're doing, I think, pretty good job. I will sit back and watch kind of close, maybe kibitz a little bit here if I see something, if that's all right. But you guys understand this area way better than I do. And obviously I've seen that by what you've done so far. So I would like to pass to Dustin.
And I would agree with Commissioner Weiss as well. But I, again, will state that I'm unhappy with the downriver area now as it stands, as well as the potential changes that are going to be happening with the Monroe County if we keep going in that direction. However, with that being said, I don't know the area well enough to make any informed decisions on how to go out. So I will pass as well.
Wow. Well,
Commissioner
Rebecca, you might
Clark.
as-
Commissioner Eid.
I thought, didn't you want Monroe to be with Lenawee?
Correct.
I think you could do that. I mean, you could kind of have one, they wouldn't be the totality of both, but I think now what you could do eventually getting there is have kind of a downriver plus some of Monroe and then the rest of Monroe with Lenawee.
True, but I'm going to wait until Detroit is finished before that gets done.
And I think that's going to be necessary because as we push down 14 through 11 through 12, we're going to end up, needing to take some. Yeah. So.
Well, Rebecca, why don't you go on and work with Detroit and try you and anybody else that wants to join and let's try to come up with getting it resolved.
What about Commissioner Clark? Did you want to?
Yeah, I'll like to work on 14.
Okay, go ahead.
I think that'd be appropriate. Expand it some. Okay, and as I do this, I'm going to ask Commissioner Eid to also assist me because he originally put together 14. I think let's go south. What's the population that we need?
14,000. No, I'm sorry, 47,000.
Let me ask Commissioner Villette. What about Wall Lake and the rest of Commerce Township? What's your opinion on that?
Well, I've said in the past that I thought Commerce belonged to Highland, Milford, White Lake. because they have more in common than they do with Orchard Lake.
Okay. And let's go down into Farmington Hills.
Farmington Hills, okay.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, what's the population we need?
47,000.
So why don't you just take the northern part? And let's see where we're at. The first 2 rows of townships.
That's not going to be half of it, but here it goes.
Well, then,
Commissioner Ede.
Shall I take those 2 precincts?
yes.
I really think we should try to keep Farmington and Farmington Hills together as one. So one of the things that we've heard is that they're currently split from each other for really no reason. I think a better idea, I think Commissioner Villette is right. You could go either way. You could either go into Commerce or you could go into Farmington Hills. So if you want to completely take off Commerce and switch it with Farmington Hills instead, that might work for population.
Commissioner,
With Commerce, it's interesting because there's kind of like an east side and a west side of Commerce. And I think you're right. The west side could be more associated with White Lake and Highland. And then the east side, like where the Walmart is and where the movie theater is and like the life, that part's a little bit more with the Orchard Lake, West Bloomfield area. So we could look at splitting that county east to west, and I think it would be appropriate.
Commissioner Villette.
And I too think Farmington and Farmington Hills belong together. If I remember correctly, they used to be one and then they split up into Farmington Hills and Farmington. So they were originally just Farmington.
Yeah, my only concern with a proposed plan is we're going to then have to correct what Milford is in right now too. If we add Commerce into it, then we have too much population in Milford. And then we're going to have, so now we're creating another problem to solve a problem, basically, just a thought. But I agree on the Farmington Hills. We received strong public comment on keeping them together. So I'd rather honestly go Wixom, Walled Lake, part of the northern part of South Lyon, than try to go into Farmington area. Go ahead, Janice.
Well, I think if you need to take off of District 18, if you put Commerce back in, that you can go north and eliminate those townships up there.
So my understanding is the consensus will be keep Farmington and Farmington Hills together.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that would force us to go over to Wall Lake at this point. Yeah, let's delete the that row of townships that we did in Farmington area. I'm assuming that whole township's Farmington or Farmington Hills.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Another concept too to think about is, and I don't know if we'd want to do this, but 16 is a little over by 8,000. So you might be able to bogart some population there and add it into 14 to shore up your Wixom and Walled Lake. But you'd have to be carving up Troy to do that. So just
Yeah, I hesitate in carving it up. Okay, so let's see what Wall Lake will give us.
Assign Wall Lake to 14.
Correct.
Also, you mentioned Troy over in District 16. It could be that Clawson is split, not Troy. So you might end up unifying Clawson if you took additional population from 16 into 14.
Yeah, let's take Clawson out and see what happens.
Clawson to 14.
Yeah, to 14. Yeah, I forgot about that.
So
Yeah,
with
that's a lot
Walled
closer.
Lake, 14 is 28,000 under.
We need 28,000.
And then again, we were talking about Commerce being split. It looks like it's actually the boundary between Wixom and Commerce. So the next town would be Wixom.
And Commerce isn't split. That's a whole township of
Yeah,
Wixom.
when I was
that's
talking
Wixom.
Commerce, I was talking the township. It's almost like we have to take Wixom, doesn't it? Yeah, let's do Wixom and see what happens. And then I think I'd want to go over this.
11,000 more.
Do you want to look at taking the rest of Walled Lake? Because I know it's in a different township, but the lake is actually cut in half by the township. So
Correct.
you could take that area, which
Yeah,
I'm
let's do
sure is
that.
affiliated.
So the northern section of Novi is what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yes.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah, because that lake runs right in where the
Yeah,
city
it runs
is.
right through
Yeah.
the center.
Come on. And that puts you right at 0.74% over.
Okay, I'd say that's good. Let's keep that. I think that, I know you originally did 14. Are you pleased with that, Commissioner Eid? I think it'll work. Okay. Good.
Do you want to keep going, Doug, and go down to 11 to try to help us keep going south, or do you want to?
Oh, there's 11. I didn't.
So
I
11
didn't-
is the one you just
I
took
didn't
from.
see the number 11. I can, or I'd gladly pass my turn to somebody else.
I would say we need to fix where we accidentally unassigned that portion of 11.
Okay.
And because that was, you originally went there and then backed off, but now it's unassigned completely.
Okay. So, yeah, so on Farmington Hills, we need to,
Put this area in 11.
the area that's in white into 11, back into 11.
And now 11 is 38,000 under.
Okay, that's fine. And I think our biggest alternative is to go south. So let's go the townships next to 9. Let's get those.
So you're talking about Plymouth and then part of Livonia?
Correct.
This area in here.
Correct. Yep.
I think it's this. I want to put it. All right, and what were you doing here? Into 11.
Oh, wait.
You just need to take the top
that's
row.
right. That's
fine.
right, because we're gonna have to get more population. Correct. Yep, get that one.
Okay, so now you're down 15,000.
Okay, so can you make that a little bigger so I can read it?
Yeah, and at
I
this
wanna-
point, you're in Plymouth, and then you also have an area outside of there, Salem, that you could potentially look at moving one way or the other, depending on what you do here.
And I would say Salem would go with South Lyon. So I'd move Salem to 11 before you move into Plymouth.
Yeah, I would too.
What is listed as Brookville, that's Salem.
So we need, how many did we say we needed? 15?
Yeah, it's not going to get you there, but it's a start.
Right. I think I was actually suggesting the opposite of that, where if you end up taking Plymouth to connect you to the Livonia, you then might end up putting Salem in 11 entirely rather than in 12 entirely.
Yeah, get all that.
The selected area is 37,000, which would put you 22,000 high.
Yeah, let's take the eastern half of that area.
The selected area here is 27,000, which is 12,000 people high.
Take a little more off. Take those 2 western townships.
That area there is 22,000, which would be 7,000 high. The area highlighted here is 18,000, which would be less than 3,000 high.
What I don't want to do is split the city of Plymouth at all. Does anybody see anything wrong with that?
Well, Plymouth is in the middle of Plymouth Township, so
Correct.
you're already splitting up Plymouth Township by doing it this way. So you're, cutting right around. The city itself is kind of small, like a lot of our cities, and then you have Plymouth Township around it, which would definitely consider themselves affiliated with with Plymouth.
Are we saying we're high at the moment?
If you select, the selected area will put you high. So you don't have, but it's
Okay,
still,
select it and then take the bottom
Excuse me.
township.
Excuse me, with this assigned, you are 0.82% high. 0.82% high as it sits right there.
Okay, take it the southeast.
Take
The
this out.
township.
So that's where I was saying, if you wanted to look at Salem now to equalize, you could do that.
Yeah, if we chose to. At this moment, I think Salem is more with South Lyon. That's my opinion, yeah.
That's what I said. Yeah.
So I would take a southeastern township over in 11. It's got 1,986 people. Yeah, I don't,
Now you're 1.5% high.
that's pretty good.
Yeah, but you've still split Plymouth in half. So
Mm.
that's the thing.
The township of
yeah, I don't
Plymouth.
think
yeah,
not
the
city.
township of Plymouth, half of it is in District 11 and the other half is in 12.
not the township.
Yeah, you split Plymouth Township right in half.
Plymouth Township,
Oh, yeah, the city of Plymouth.
The city of Plymouth is now with the eastern portion of Plymouth Township.
Correct.
The western portion of Plymouth Township is now with Canton, which is fine because they share a school district,
Yeah.
but it's just weird to pull off Plymouth Township like that, or Plymouth and the rest of Plymouth Township like that.
Yeah, given the population in Plymouth Township, but
can I point out, if you try to keep Plymouth whole, then it cuts off this whole section 11.
Yeah, but you could also just take that top precinct and then put in Superior, which is actually more similar to Lyon and Salem, and keep Plymouth in with Canton.
Also, in addition, at this point, you have District 10, which is an unformed district.
Right.
So you could put the Livonia portion with 10, which is really going to be 12.
yeah, see,
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Canton and Plymouth share the same school district.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
Yeah, so you'll end up not resolving 11 quite yet, but you would be moving the population in the right direction.
So I wonder too, if you could reconfigure the line for 9. So rather than cutting into Plymouth, you take that precinct that's part of 9.
You also could look at the western edge of 12, the township Superior, which is in another county.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Towards
Superior
11.
and Salem are very similar and would be similar to,
Are we saying put all of Plymouth into 11 or unassign it? Are we going to unassign this and put Superior in? How about take this out, put it in 10 and put all this in 11?
I don't think we've decided.
I
don't think
Okay.
anyone's decided.
Well, I mean, Plymouth Township's 28,000 people. It doesn't even
What I'm
compare to
saying is
Superior.
if you unassign this or assign it to 10 for now, just to hold it. And then put all of this into 11.
That would make more sense than breaking it in half.
Yeah, let's see what it looks like.
Okay, just as, kind of a holding pattern, not saying it has to be like this.
And then while Kent is doing that,
Commissioner Orton. I'm sorry, John. No, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry. Only commissioners should be making suggestions of where to draw lines.
Correct.
My read on that, Cynthia, is that it's also process driven. But I respect what you're saying.
Now this is just the population is hanging out there. So
Okay.
and y'all were talking about this township. And 11 is 18,000 under.
So
Doug,
Yes. What about the rest of Plymouth Township?
Oops.
Yeah, we can't do that.
So 11 is now 0.3% high or 806 people over.
Oh, I'd say keep it just like that. Yeah, I think that's good. I didn't like splitting up Plymouth and
No,
Plymouth.
yeah.
Plymouth
Let's,
Township.
just throwing it out there. 10 is not a district by a long shot. It's 103,000 short. It's just kind of a holding space right
Oh, so,
now.
okay, so we
That's-
help that by adding to it.
You just kind of bringing it all together there.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
And the numbers on 11, the racial numbers, the demographics are okay. We don't have a minority or a, do we have any? Yeah, are we happy with 11?
I think 11 is
Yeah.
good. Yeah, I think
Okay.
not
That's good.
splitting Plymouth is good. That's what I was concerned about. But now that it's whole, it's fine.
Okay, and the Plymouth Canton School District idea, that's okay
Yeah,
the way
I mean,
it is.
it's okay. I mean,
All right. All right.
they're different communities. So,
Okay.
I think the most important thing is to keep Plymouth whole and keep Canton whole.
Yeah, I do too.
And I mean, we can reshuffle 10 into, either one of those. I think that's kind of the next logical step is to fold 10 into 12 and then reassign 12 down to 28 and then go from there.
Yeah.
Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I was also just going to say, I like that it has Farmington and Farmington Hills together with Novi. Those communities go together very well and go together with the two that are south of it as well.
And so do we need more rationale?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions for you, Commissioner Clark. How did you take communities of interest into account in making these adjustments?
Well, in the individual townships, the school district and
Can you make sure your microphone is on?
in the individual townships, we wanted to not split Plymouth and Plymouth Township to keep this school district whole. And it's been one of the points that have been brought up at the hearings.
And isn't there an Asian community of interest within Novi? Do I remember that correctly?
There is, yes. That as well. Thank you.
Thank you. That actually leads to my next question, which is how did you consider minority populations when adjusting these two districts?
Anthony will provide some input.
I mean, this area is a diverse area. There are all types of people in it. I think it says 31% minority is in there.
Yeah.
And I think that's just reflective of that community being a diverse community with many different types of people from many different backgrounds. And that's how they are over there. They like having the diverse community.
Thank you. Can you be more specific though? Apologies if I wasn't clear. So the question about consideration of diverse populations is a separate one. What I'm specifically asking is how did you consider minority populations when adjusting these districts? And if you can speak to what minority populations. Thank you.
Well, we adjusted them basically on population itself, but while we did that, we knew there was an Asian population in that area. So I don't know how to go further with that. The main focus was getting the population correct.
And I think we adjusted it also, Sarah, in order to make sure that we don't have a majority minority, and that we have that there is essentially a strong ability to elect a representative choice, because with 31% minority district, there is there's strong representation. I think minority representation, therefore potential coalition district.
Yeah, what I like about this is we've kept Farmington and Farmington Hills together. We've kept Plymouth and Plymouth Township together, and South Line associates well with Salem. I think those three items kind of drove this process.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on, I think, to Commissioner Curry.
I have a question, if I may ask. Let me see. Yes, I have a question, and anybody can answer it. I'm just a little off on keeping some places whole and in some places not. Is it because they're overpacked or they're packed, considering the ones that are whole? For instance, like Detroit, we split it up some. Is it because it was packed? And some of the other places that we don't touch when it comes to the population, is it because they're already whole? I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, so we specifically split up Detroit because our expert, Bruce Adelson, was uncomfortable with the districts we originally came up with because they were highly concentrated African-American communities to the point where he said that it would likely violate the Voters' Rights Act. And so he had indicated we should try to get those percentages down to maybe 40% African-American population. So that was sort of the intention with redrawing Detroit the way that we did, was to ensure compliance with the Voters' Rights Act. With respect to some of these other communities outside of there, we don't have the same Voting Rights Act implications that we have in Detroit because the communities are much less diverse. And so splitting them up isn't as much of a concern. So we're just doing it, I think, primarily for population while at the same time observing our communities of interest.
Thank you, Chair Gillette. Okay, I don't even know where to start, but let's go to an unassigned area, please.
Juanita, may I make a
still
suggestion?
muted?
No, I heard you. We heard you. We do have unassigned areas. One of the things that we're wrestling with is recognizing that the unassigned areas will be impacted by the way we draw Detroit.
Oh, I thought you guys were doing good in Detroit.
Yeah.
I don't know how, I really do not know how to make it any better than what you guys did.
Could I say one thing? This 10 area is not a district. It's essentially unassigned, or you can look at it, would it make it easier if this area was just unassigned? Because something has to change in this area. We know that.
What do you think, y'all?
I don't know.
I think we
really don't know.
Yeah, I think we need to fold 10 into 12 and then take off from 12 and push it down, and then we can start working down river.
That may be good.
Commissioner Clark.
Charlotta.
Yeah, would it be beneficial for us to freeze some of these districts so we can't, by mistake, add population or subtract population from it?
I think that's a wise course of action. I also think we should probably save right now.
Yeah, save.
Let's do a save.
I think, go to 7, 6, 8, 13, whatever, and freeze them so we don't make any changes to them.
And Juanita, why don't you go ahead and say what you wanted to say earlier?
Well, I was just getting ready to say what we're going to see when you freeze it, so I'll know not to mess with it.
I will lock whatever districts y'all tell me to lock at this point.
Gosh, I think the only ones that we know are 6, 7, and 8. Is that fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the ones I think we know. Unless, can I get some nodding heads or some general? Should we do more than 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah,
just 6, 7.
I think like the Detroit ones. Yeah. For now, we could lock them.
Yeah, I'm interested in the Detroit area.
Well, does that mean, to be
like
specific?
9, 19, 13, 17, 8, 6. Not, 9 in particular. 9 in particular, because that's where we're working.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Somebody start at the lowest number and.
Nope, I'm just going to keep throwing numbers at you and make you guess.
Then nothing will get locked.
6.
Mix them up.
Let's
good,
do
Rebecca.
6, 8, 9, 6, 8, 9, 13, and 19. So 6, 8, 9, 13. And then what was the other one I said? 19? 19. Yeah. 17. Did you want 17? 7 as well. Sorry. And then 7. Yeah. And I think that's good.
Any more than that?
No, I think that's good, just so we don't end up monkeying with
If we accidentally hit something, we can fix
undo
it,
it. Yeah.
as long as we pay attention to it.
Okay.
How can we tell when it's locked, when it's
You
freeze,
can't, other than
froze?
you can't
We
change
can't?
things.
Okay. I don't want to even touch it.
Actually, it looks like the locked areas have orange numbers
Oh, okay. Yeah, they
and
do.
the not locked are white numbers.
Mhm.
Again, 10 might as well not, is not really a district. It's just a holding spot for a lot of population.
Mm.
And Juanita,
Okay.
when earlier you had suggested, I think, if I heard it correctly, adding 12 to 10, and then we could take population off of 12. I don't know if I heard that correctly.
I don't know either, but I think
Yeah,
I
10
know
is
where Canton
basically,
is, and I think Westland are pretty contiguous. And I'm just trying to think how Wayne is caught up in that. I don't see. Well, Wayne is not caught up in it. Westland and Canton, Garden City.
basically 10 is not a district right now. That's
Right.
all like a holding place. So we need to put them somewhere.
Oh, okay.
District 10 needs 100,000 people added to it.
So kind of the suggestion that MC was suggesting is that we just add 10 to 12, and then we can start taking off from the bottom of 12 to make the.
Well, why
the
don't we do
district.
that? Yeah, why don't we do that? Just turn it all green.
Commissioner Weiss?
Would it be easier if we just took 10 and took it out completely, leave it unassigned? Would that make it look easier to work from? Rather than leave it as a color, it looks like it's a district when you look at it.
Yeah, I think if you just assign it all to 12, then it.
And then maybe
solves
take
it,
some
yeah.
of 10 and put it into Livonia there, because Livonia's not real short, but it's a couple thousand people short.
May
Maybe
I
we
make
could
a
add to it.
suggestion? These are whole townships, and this is partial township. How about we just assign all of this to 10?
Some of
So
those.
all of this will be 10, and then she can do what she needs to do to
Yeah.
draw the district.
That works.
Okay,
Is that
let's,
good,
let's-
Commissioner
I'll
Carson?
give it a shot. Yes, I'll give it a
Okay.
shot. Okay, let's keep Westland and Canton close together. And Superior, I guess. I don't even know where Superior is.
Okay, so now at this point,
Can we put Wayne and Romulus?
it's going to be way over, and then you can do whatever you need to do to make it right.
Okay.
Okay, so now 10 needs to lose 86,000 people. And
Okay.
how do you want to approach that?
That's Canton, right? And Canton and Westland and what's that other?
Wayne, Inkster.
I was just in Canton the other day.
So
Canton is close to.
You could
Kinda near
take off,
Dearborn, isn't it? In a
Yeah.
way of speaking.
Commissioner
Isn't it
Weiss?
kinda-
Yes, I said I would kibitz a little bit. Juanita, what if you would take off Van Buren? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Van Buren and Bellevue, and take Romulus off, and then Wayne.
Yep.
And see what is left. I think you're
Yep,
going to be
I
pretty
think that's
close.
going to be good.
Yeah. Who is that, Steve?
That's
Yeah.
Richard.
Richard? Okay, let's try that.
Unassigned Van Buren, Belleville,
Unassign
Romulus,
it,
and Wayne.
yes.
Thank you.
Van Buren, Belleville, and Romulus. Did we say Wayne too?
And Wayne, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now District 10 is 3.62% high, or 9,610.
And what's the makeup?
And we can't take any of that Wayne and put it with Romulus, huh? To make it kind of more equally populated. We can't take any of that.
You can start chipping away at
Yeah, let me
other
chip a
counties. if
little
that's
bit
what
at
you want.
Wayne because Wayne and Romulus are very close together. Well, Wayne,
I think
Romulus,
you-
and Inkster.
You have you have Wayne out right now, so you'd have to chip into Westland.
Okay.
Wayne and Romulus are together. In 10, we need to remove population from 10.
Okay, then let's take this little part here that's close to Wayne, right here. Yeah, well, can you see it? Yeah.
This
Kind of on the
area here?
end. Yeah, on the end, right here. Yeah,
I can't, this right here where my cursor is?
not all of it. How much is in this little area at the end of the border? The border.
Clear. Yeah, I'm getting there.
Did I say it right? Yeah, right up in there. Yeah.
From Canton.
Not the whole bottom. Not the whole bottom.
Okay,
I wanted to chip away at it some to get the
From
right
Canton, though,
population.
just to confirm, from Canton.
Okay, this area highlighted is 11,000 people. You don't want to remove all that?
We need how much? For population's sake.
That is 9,780 people.
Okay.
Right
and
now, your district is 9,610 over. If we assign this area or unassign it, then District 10 will be just a few hundred people high.
Well, let's do it that way. So we'll just be, that 10 will be just a few hundred people high. Did I say that right, Chair? Madam
I'm sorry,
Chair?
repeat it.
Did
Repeat
I say
it.
that right?
Say what? I didn't hear. I'm sorry. I was side talking.
What did we
Okay,
say,
now
Ken?
District 10 is 0.2% high or 532 people high. Just 532.
And Juanita, may I make a point?
Sure.
One of the things we got in public comment, you remember that Keep Canton Whole? It was a comment because there's a lot of the Asian community is in Canton. And so when
I was
we
just in Canton a couple of days ago, I didn't see too many. I saw, believe it or not, I saw a lot of Black population, but I don't know. I don't know if they live there or I was just looking at them. But
Yeah, well, Canton has the highest Indian American population, I believe, in the state of Michigan, which is why they wanted to be kept whole because
well,
it's
let's try to keep it whole.
Yeah, it's
let's keep it
concentrated
whole.
Indian American population.
Okay, well, let's try to keep them whole. I don't want to mess anybody up. Okay, what do you all suggest? I'm open for suggestions.
So I guess I would suggest sort of undoing, like put the voting precincts back into Canton.
Okay.
To keep Canton whole.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I would chip away at Westland because Wayne and Westland actually share a school district. So keeping
Okay.
you have to be able to keep the whole
Let's
thing.
make Canton whole, and then that's so Westland and Wayne could be contiguous, and let's see what that looks like.
So
Okay,
so what I was hearing is to remove this area.
Is that what we were saying, Rebecca?
Yeah, that's going up into Westland. So putting Westland with what will be a district with Wayne.
Okay.
So put some of this into here.
Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Orton, did you have a comment?
Come on, Cynthia.
Sorry, looking at the matrix.
Help me out, Commissioner.
It looks like almost 2,000 people could go into 9. So I'm not sure if there was a reason that we made it look exactly like that, but some of it could maybe go in to 9.
To Livonia, huh?
Yeah, that would work too.
I think so too. That was a good idea.
Shall I take this area and put into 9, or we can't take that much? So
Let's take the
one little
least
piece at a
that we
time?
need. Yeah.
Okay.
So you could put that 2,000.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's try that. Ken?
And I think you're gonna have to unfreeze 9.
Oh, yeah, we locked 9.
Oh, wow, we did, didn't we?
I can unlock 9. It's not a,
Do you all want 9 unlocked?
No, I think
hate
that's
to-
good. Yeah, I think, did you reassign that, right? That 2140? Or no, you didn't do it yet. Okay.
I don't want to touch anything that's locked. What you guys
No, we
think?
can, we have excess population there, so you might as well take it, and then it allows you to keep more of Westland together.
Okay.
okay, so now we're at 9. That is 324 people high, and 10 is less than 1%, less than 2% high. So
Just leave it.
will we look at moving another population up here, or is that too much? Or
If we can put the, that piece of Westland back, I feel like it's worth it, Juanita, to try to, right, take away.
Well, let's look at it because, you guys, I
you're
respect
saying
your opinion.
put this back into what, 10?
Yeah, sorry, basically a trade, right? Add that back and then
Do you,
assign.
do all the
Go ahead,
commissioners
Juanita.
agree?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of
Okay.
nodding heads.
And just,
Okay.
you're gonna suggest to take a little more from 9 then, or put it, which way?
Yep, that northern piece, yep, take, because it's about 2,000 up there, population.
Yeah.
That's 2,300. So it'll be 2,600 over, but let's do this.
Or you can take the 1782, either one.
Try the lower one, the 1782 instead.
Well, these are very large, so
Yeah.
No, but the one right beside.
The one that's
that you took.
currently sticking up. Above.
Right there.
Yep,
Yeah.
there.
that one. Okay, well, all right, let me get caught up here. 9 is 0.99% high. 10 is 1.95% high.
Let's do what the highest, 9.9% high. No?
Okay, commissioners, or do I put this back in the 10 and this into 9?
Yes, please.
Yes?
We say
Gotta get
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So what you
So
guys
now-
think? Do that look a little funny up at the top?
It
Look
does, but
wrong
what
on
we,
you?
I think what we've heard, Juanita, is that, right, people want to be represented. If the shape allows them to be better represented, and that's what
That'll
we're
be
trying to.
great. Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's represent them then. Okay.
So
Else?
the 9 is 0.79% high, 2,100 people. 10 is 2,000, 2.14% high, or 5,688.
10 is a little high, isn't it?
It's not bad, though.
You
It's
don't
still
think
not
that's
bad.
too bad?
It's still within range.
Yeah, it's within 2%, so it's.
Yeah.
Okay. So are we just about there? Or we got a ways to go?
I think you fixed 10, so that it's no longer a neglected district.
Okay,
Commissioner
well,
Eid.
Okay. You want to lock it? Thank you, guys, because I'm just about through. I don't know which way to go now.
You did great, Juanita. And there was a request to lock it, and so we'll lock the District 10, and then we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
But maybe Commissioner or the Secretary of State may need to have some
Ask your
questions.
Okay,
I think I have everything I need. Thank you, though.
thank
All
you,
right.
Sarah.
Commissioner Eid, did you have a comment?
Just kind of something to point out, because so we fixed the problem with what we had as districts 12 and 10 by merging them and taking some out. But now we have these 2 counties, and we need to still fix the rest of Downriver and Monroe. And we also have this part that is, on the west side of the state that's unassigned. And we have a really big chunk of population in Ypsilanti that, we might have to do something with going forward. I just wanted to point that out. And then that would kind of move everything more west, which would fill in that whole.
I was just wondering, is Ypsilanti close to Canton any kind of way?
They're kind of kitty corner.
Yeah.
So they're diagonal to each other. Yeah.
because, you know, I was,
I
I was
personally,
born in Ypsilanti, so I don't know,
yeah,
but
I feel like Ypsilanti and Van Buren and Belleville are kind of more connected than
They
they would
are.
be to Canton. Yeah.
Yeah, it's this debate that we've had on if, you know, it has to be kept with Ann Arbor or not, or if it could be like how you just said,
kinda-
go with Van
I
Buren.
think it's contiguous to Ann Arbor. I do know that because every time I go to Ypsilanti, I go through Ann Arbor doing something. What you guys think? I don't, you know, I'm
Yeah,
just.
I
up
think
for
I think it's good. Yeah, I think District
Okay.
10 looks good, and
All right, I'm
you
through.
can
for
go
right
on to
now.
someone else if you're done.
I'm done.
All right, fantastic job. All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So assuming it's okay with everybody, can we take a brief 5-minute recess?
Yes, thank you.
Hearing no objections, let's take a 5-minute recess and get back here real quick. Thank you very much, everybody. Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:16 p.m. Will the Department of State please take the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location during roll call. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Justin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I think we are moving on to Commissioner Eid.
Commissioner Eads, ready when you are?
Okay, so we have this unassigned area here. And we have the rest of downriver, and we have still Monroe to deal with as well. Okay, so now we can have a new district number, right? Because we're going to need one for this unassigned area. Is 12 used yet? All right, let's use that. Can we save this how it is now so we can revert back to it?
Sure. Just a moment. Let me export it and we can come back to it if we need it.
Because we're either going to have to go into Ypsilanti in 27 or go into 28 and take the rest of southern Wayne County and downriver, which might be the way to go.
Well, 28 is already 100 has 167,000 extra in it. Okay, I'm going to export this plan. So it'll be sitting there, and when we get finished, if we need to load it back in, we'll load it back in. Okay. This. So if you want to continue on, we'll continue on.
Yeah, so let's make a District 12 and let's assign Romulus and Van Buren to it.
Okay. And Wayne, I can.
Yeah, all of the unassigned
Right.
portions right now.
So 12 now still needs 187,000 people.
So
should I change the color so we can see what's going on in here?
Maybe make it a yellow or something. I don't know.
So now 12 is a little darker colored and it needs a lot of people.
So what do my fellow commissioners think? I mean, honestly, I'm inclined to go into Ypsilanti because I think they're like Ypsilanti with these two townships to me are closer together than like Van Buren is with the rest of downriver. What do y'all think?
I'm okay with that. I mean, I think we've got to play, but I would advise that we do have to somehow fix Detroit somehow. So we're gonna yeah. And I say fix Detroit, but like that downriver area is important. It's an important piece.
Yeah. So can we zoom out so we can kind of see what we have for the Ann Arbor district right now? Like how far out does that go? So it goes pretty far.
Well, 27 and 29 are blended, but 27 is just.
Oh, it's just, okay. So
they're
very close. Yeah.
Let me highlight the color better.
Yeah.
So it's more obvious.
Yeah, I did too.
because it did look like it was half the state. So there's your 27, 29, 27, 12, 10, and this big holding district.
Yeah, so my thought is if you pull Ypsilanti, you're not going to have enough to make a district.
So you got to.
But could you go down to Sumter, Huron, and go over to Downriver and create a district with that group? That's what I'm wondering. If you could do that, I don't know that you could fit Ypsilanti in with that group, but I don't know where else you're going to go other than just continue to go south. I mean, you could certainly grab York, but there's not York and Milan, I think would all make sense. Like Augusta, Sumter, Exeter, London, all of those I think make sense. But I'm just wondering, I'm worried you're going to run out of population, I guess would be my point, that you're not going to have enough population. And then you're going to have to wander into downriver. And I don't know, then you're going to have too much population. That's my concern.
Let's look at the rest of downriver. Well, let's start there because we should probably be starting there and working our way out. So starting at Southgate and Wyandotte.
Southgate?
Yeah, it's
Where do
the
you see
top
that
of
at?
District 28.
Oh, all the way up in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, all the way
Okay.
up top. So let's take all of that down.
You want to assign it to?
Yeah, you could sign it to 12.
Assign it to 12?
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to move Taylor, take Taylor, wouldn't you?
Okay, you still need you're half a district right there.
Yeah, so let's take it all the way down and connect it to the other part of 12.
So Riverview, Brownstown, Huron, or go across Taylor.
No, so keep Taylor where it is. Don't change Taylor, but go down.
Riverview.
Yeah. And we're grabbing a few townships. I think you can zoom out and use the select box.
Brownstown.
Yep.
Brownstown.
It looks like Brownstown Township comes all the way down in here.
Yeah, it's hinky. It's broken
Yeah.
into two parts.
Okay, so we'll unassign this. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm put it all in 12. Everything that you just cursored over.
Woodhaven.
Yep, Woodhaven,
Flat
Trenton, Grosse Isle, Flat Rock,
Rockwood,
Rockwood.
Gibraltar, Trenton, Groseal.
Wow.
Okay, and Huron, so it connects up.
Yep.
Huron or whatever you.
And what if we take Sumter as well?
Yeah.
Something, we'll do it just right. And District 12 is 0.19% high.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Commissioner Curry.
It is pretty good on population. My wonder here.
Are they contiguous?
That well, they're connected, so I believe they're contiguous. But would it be better to have this how we have it drawn now, which works, and it works with the rest of the map, and it works with Detroit and the VRA? But would it possibly be better to have what I was saying before, have it go the other way, connect to Ypsilanti, and then have this downriver community that kind of juts into Monroe, but then you couldn't have the Monroe Lenawee County combination that we've heard about. So I'll leave it as this for now, but I think that's just something to keep in mind.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, the way we've got things now, if you start where Detroit ends, so you got 17, 12, and then an unassigned district going downriver. You got 3 districts going headed downriver. I don't know if that's what we want or not. Something to consider.
Do we have three districts, or I think downriver is now sort of a northern downriver and a southern downriver? Is
Yeah.
Monroe
Yeah,
County?
I look at everything south of Detroit as downriver.
Downriver is really Wayne County though.
Yeah.
So
It
is Berlin
is.
or Frenchtown?
Yeah.
What about Berlin or Frenchtown? Are those downriver?
No, that's Monroe area.
Okay.
Like downriver is kind of the 16 communities that were mentioned. So Romulus, Hearn, Brownstown, Riverview, Southgate, Wyandotte, Groseal,
Yeah. I think
Gibraltar.
that's, yeah, I think those go together, the ones that Chair Rebecca, that you just called, they go
Yeah.
together well.
And it does feel like if there is a choice, we have had significant, right, that the last 2-3 days, right, we've had comments each day about the boundaries, the boundary counties, border counties.
Yeah.
And the idea that we can hold them together. And I think, Dustin said that multiple times. So it feels like it's worth keeping 12 the way it is and trying to, keep the border counties together too.
Well, while we're here, then could we fill in the rest of Monroe with 28, and that would complete the Monroe district?
I don't see why not. And we know we're going to have to take away from it on the western edge, but I don't see why not assign it now rather than leave it open.
Well, yeah, that'll allow us to have the two border counties together.
Yeah. Lenawee and
Go for it.
So let's assign the rest of Monroe to 28.
All of this to 28.
Yep.
And as we expected, it's 20% high or 55,000 people.
Yeah, so I think going west, we're probably gonna have to
Fifth away.
take away that, whatever's west of
Mhm.
Lenawee, and then, work on that and build it in eventually to the Kalamazoo, Battle Creek area.
Mhm.
And I thought, I can't remember one of those districts, Commissioner Witches, you probably know better. One of those districts over there was way off too. Like maybe it was 3 or 26 or 21. I'm not sure.
21 and 3, neither one are real districts.
Yeah. So we have to shift over there too.
Let me
Mhm.
go up here. 21 is 100,000 light, while 3 is 40,000 heavy. So neither one of these districts are near complete. So basically whatever's left over here, it's all going to come together somehow right in there.
Okay.
So can I ask a favor? Can we scroll out? I just want to see if there's any other unassigned areas right now, because I thought we still had something up near Saginaw.
We can do that. That's part of this analysis. When you
Okay.
check your plan for errors, you check for unassigned areas. And there are 9 unassigned. They're probably little spots, but we could go through here. There's a little sliver. And now's as good as time as any to either put that in 29 or 28.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
What is
does
that
it matter?
sliver called? Does that sliver have a name?
We'd have to zoom in, but my guess it's a geographic glitch.
Yeah.
Because it looks like when you have those lines like that, they probably should have been aligned when the GIS data was made.
Yeah, and at this point, the likely way to check that is to click on one of the voting precincts or the township. Like if you've assigned a whole township and that's your intention, that sliver may be part of that township.
The township line's right here
Mhm.
is where my cursor is. So
Okay.
So if you zoom out a little bit, you'll see whether that sliver is in the township to the right.
and the township line's here. So that sliver should be in District 29.
Yeah.
So can you
I
just put it in
agree.
29 since we're here?
Yes.
Mhm.
But we can do this real quick. I mean, it's 7 people in there.
Oh, yeah.
But it follows the township line.
Mhm.
And again, I believe that was your intention when you were drawing this area.
Mhm.
Yes.
See, this district this block has 0 population. It looks like it's in a waterway. it is Huron River comes down through there.
Mm.
I'm willing to bet it's in this county, so it should be in this district.
Let's do that.
Yep, go put it to, I think it's 29 is the lighter green. Is that-
20
Or is it
20
28?
28 is where,
Mhm.
and then we'll look at it because we can always move it wherever
Nope,
commissioners
Just
wanted to
move it to
show up.
29, yeah. Or
28,
28. I'll get it eventually.
We'll have to come back to it because,
No, put it
It's
with
not-
28.
and here's another zero block.
Wow.
Now, in this instance, that little spot right there is no population.
Wow.
That's West. Yep. So we'll bring up the precincts.
Can we take a break? I think, not a break, sorry, but Cynthia's got a question.
Commissioner Orton?
I think we may need to unlock things. I think that's why there's the crosshatch on it.
Oh, maybe you're right. Let's do. Well, actually, I don't think 27 or 29 are locked. but
Yeah,
we'll-
it might just be that those were assigned on the block level too, but sometimes I've noticed that where it's.
Yeah, you can't assign the entire voting precinct, but
Right.
what it might do is it might tell you what voting precinct that is associated with.
Yeah.
See, yeah. All right, where are we back at? We want to see the precincts. So the precinct lines are the gold lines. And it's really hard to tell. So that's a precinct line, yeah.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, that zero block should be in District 27.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I agree.
And we need commissioners to direct. So yes, Kent, please put that into 27.
That's where I'm. Yeah,
Yep, I
I'm trying to get
appreciate
somebody
that you're
to
trying
say
to.
it.
Yep.
I said I
So-
agree.
So, and I think we're still on Commissioner Eid. So Commissioner Eid, if you want to help us here.
Yeah, just give
help
direction.
give direction.
Yeah. This is a water block. You can almost bet there's nobody in it.
So in this case, you probably want to assign that to whatever county it's in. So
so
if you
it's
split
like
the
20.
county, yeah, it's either 20 or 26.
The county boundary is right across here.
So 20. I
So
think.
20.
So yeah, it appears to be 20 and the county boundary goes across here, 20. Shall I assign this to 20?
Yes.
please.
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
It's good to hear your voice, Juanita.
I agree.
Now here's a
Thank you.
bigger water block that runs from this locality, county boundary or city boundary, all the way.
Well, it looks like that's all in around District 7.
Oh yeah, 7 encapsulates it. So put it in 7.
Yes.
Hey, you guys are on a roll now.
Yeah, this had to be done sooner or later, but there's eight people there, 9 people there,
Okay.
and it's
also
wholly
7.
inside of 7.
Yeah, let's also assign that to 7.
There's another piece. It's the inside a cloverleaf of a highway, 0 population, wholly inside of 7.
Okay, so let's assign it to 7, please.
And there's another little piece, a median, no population inside of 7.
Yeah.
Okay, once again, let's assign it to 7.
And a census block at 0 population, wholly inside of District 24.
Anthony, it's your turn. Tell.
7.
Oh yeah, no, it had popped up, it had gone away. Yeah, so let's assign that to
24.
24, the district it was in.
Run it. All right, there's 4 unassigned areas. I don't know why it didn't assign this earlier, but we had talked about, somebody said put it inside of District 29. Let's see if it's not. All right, it did at that time, so we're good.
Okay.
Oh, here's another little sliver. That was along the 20. This was unassigned, but there was also this little piece.
Okay, so let's also put that in 20.
Gotta zoom in. Oh, there's another, that little water piece inside of 7.
Okay, so let's put that in 7 as well. I think everyone who's watching us today is getting a little lesson on how the Census Bureau does these blocks.
Well, there's actually a bunch of water blocks here, so
Okay, let's put them all in the district.
let's just
that
make
they
sure it's
encapsulate.
not doing, and it says they're unassigned, so we'll just assign them and then not put them in 20, because I just think that's wrong.
I agree.
See, these are little tiny census blocks that have no people in them. It's really easy to miss them when you're doing, there's a little piece up here. All of these I'm doing or pointing to are the inside of 7.
Yep, let's put
So
them
we're
all
not
in 7.
Yeah. But there's going to be a little piece right here too.
It looks like the top part's assigned to both 7 and 20 right now.
Yeah,
These look like all.
but they're 2 different colors, aren't they?
Well, that's because they're
Ooh,
highlighted.
I think, wasn't 7 one of the districts we locked?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. But you can see the whole, evidently, this whole coastline was a separate little water blocks all up and down the coast.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's put
So
in
it was
7.
really easy when we were moving stuff around up here to leave these hanging out, evidently.
So are we putting them in 7?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what we're doing.
Okay, great.
These are more 0 blocks going into 7. Zero population census blocks. Seven. Zero population in the middle of the.
Yep. District 7.
A small water block over there that we've been working around. These are tiny little slivers. Put this in 20. And there's another 7. This is
You're saying
0
crash
population. What it is, these are all census blocks, different census blocks.
Okay, so we can put that one in 7.
Yeah. It should not be changing the table down here because there's zero census blocks,
Mhm.
0 population census blocks. All these are doing the same thing.
That's a question.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes. Those are waterfronts, water.
Along these pieces here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so no one will ever probably move into it and make a home nowhere.
Hopefully not.
And it's completely inside of 7. So
Okay.
let me look at this real quick. I misassigned this to 20 earlier, and it obviously should have been inside of 7.
Yep, so let's change it to
I'm going
7.
to zoom in, 0 population. And I'm putting it in 7 where it should have been to start with. And then that's going to show up here in a minute because that's unassigned.
Okay, let's just assign it now so it doesn't.
Okay, more and more. I have to zoom in to do them by blocks. And this is the final 0 population. I'll zoom in. You can see there's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, why don't we just highlight that whole area?
That's a
and
good
assign
idea.
7.
Thank you. Okay.
Kent, there was a piece up in the north of that.
Yeah, I see another one. Yeah. These water blocks are painful, actually, while we're checking for unassigned. Seven.
Yeah, the unassigned area there. Let's put it in 7.
There's another 20. I don't.
Wow.
It feels like sometimes it's finding new ones as fast as I can do them. This will go in 20. I mean, the water block, coastal shouldn't change the numbers. And more on 7. All these are 3 census blocks, all with 0 population, I'm sure. Yes.
Okay, let's highlight all 3 of them, put them in 20. I'm going to put them in 7, sorry.
Okay. One unassigned area. We're almost there. And it's going to be that little sliver. No, there, look at that. That's District 20, water block. This is the Black River, 0 population.
All right, last one for District 20.
Every single census block in Michigan is now assigned to a district. I did.
Could we do a save? Thank you.
Actually, it was already done, but
I saw you do it. But
I did another one so everybody gets to look, see it.
Just an extra save. All right.
Excuse me. There were some discontinuities.
Yep. Now we got to fix some things.
10 discontinuities, and it's probably going to be similar.
I almost feel like instead of fixing these now, we might
Yeah.
be better served with continuing to map broader areas and then just fixing all these at once at the end. What do you guys think?
I agree, especially because we know we're going to be adjusting, significantly in the southern part of the state. So
As long as we know it, and
Yeah.
that's 12 people there, and it needs to be taken care of.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be enough to swing a district in any direction. It should be just very small number of people. 21 is broke up into 2 parts right there.
Yeah, so we're going to switch that whole District 3 around anyways in a little bit.
Here you are with
So,
your big, tall, high numbered district, 28.
Right.
Yeah, there's 28.
All right, Commissioner Eid is done with his turn and we are going to pass the baton to Commissioner Orton. Before we get started, does anybody need to take a break since we're only at anyone? All right, let's press on.
Okay, so can you zoom out a little just so I can see everything? So everything is assigned, but we have two districts that are very far off, 3 and 21
And 28.
and 28.
Um,
Are we happy with everything we did in the Detroit area? Should I move on?
Happy-ish.
Okay.
Somewhat, we're happy as we can be.
Yeah, I'd say let's try to fix this bottom part.
Okay, what does 29 look like? Can you scroll down on the matrix?
Yes. 29 is 0.76% high or 2,000 short.
Okay. So I'm not sure how I want to do this, but can you put the county populations on?
Yes. Hillsdale branch is 44,862.
Okay, so I'm looking at Monroe and Lenawee. So those two together are pretty complete.
Yes.
So I would like to, we don't have any extra numbers as a placeholder, do we?
No,
They're all being
3,
used.
21, and 28 are incomplete districts. Might be the best word. Either they're way too big or way too small.
So what I would like to do, basically I want Monroe and Lenawee together, but I want to know how much with that little township up above. I just want to know the population of that much. That township plus the half of Milan, or however you say
Right.
that city.
Augusta is 7,000 plus 3,865 would be 10,900 roughly.
And then those two counties.
13,000. Milan and Milan would be with that is 13 plus this would, let's just say 15,000.
So no, what I want to know, here, I'll write it down. So that township, so 7,083. Dustin, you could add this up real quick. And then the top half of Milan is how much that.
10,948.
Okay, and then Monroe and Lenawee counties.
We can do this. It'll stay lit. It doesn't. So was it 10,000? I think it'd be right at 265. Am I wrong?
And
okay,
just recalling back from the first district we drew for the Senate, I think this is basically very similar to that very first district that was drawn.
So I would like those to be District 28 then, and then we will fix the rest of it.
I'm going to approach that by unassigning these townships.
Good.
Okay.
I assume everyone wants me to keep going, or is that my turn?
No, keep going, keep going.
I'm okay with it.
When we're adjusting districts like this, I mean, you're going to end up going into multiple districts, and I think that's fine. Like,
And this is sort of your area, Cynthia, right?
This is your area where we're heading
Well,
to,
I'm
so we
getting
need
there.
you.
So now we're looking at 28 and 28
Mhm.
district is 13 people low or 0.00%, which is the new record.
Perfect. Love it.
But
I think
you
yes,
still have 13 people you have to deal with.
Dustin knew this was
Don't
happening.
worry.
He was just waiting. Okay. So are we happy with District 29 with no.
I think that we want to somehow honor the border counties. And I think when we were drawing Battle Creek, we were sort of struggling with where's the big population. It seems like
Okay.
Jackson would be the most appropriate border county, right?
So Dustin, do you have something to add?
I would say that if we take part of District 29 that goes down into Hillsdale County, if we were to take that out right now and then extend District 26 down into Hillsdale County, we'll do a little
Yeah.
switch Because once we get to current District 21 and 23, we're going to most likely have to extend District 29 to the west.
Okay, I'm not sure I exactly followed you, but what I'm thinking is we want to put all of Hillsdale County and all of Branch County in with 26.
All of it?
Correct.
Please do that.
Shall I?
Okay, and then
Let me get it up here. I guess you want to see 29. 29 needs 20,000 people.
okay, first I want to, can you assign, I don't know, what do people think about assigning all of Kalamazoo County to District 3?
Is that Kalamazoo?
Basically, all of Kalamazoo County is almost a
district. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Commissioner Witches?
I was gonna say, there's a configuration you can do with Kalamazoo and the townships going over into Battle Creek that is almost perfect population wise.
Does that work for the bottom as well?
You would have to adjust 26 down a little bit, and then 21 would make like a C around the district that would encompass Kalamazoo and Battle Creek. That is if everyone believes that Battle Creek and Kalamazoo should be together, and I believe that they should.
Yeah.
I think we heard abundant public comment to that effect, so.
We heard lots of conflicting
Yeah.
public comment.
Yeah. So my question is, before you do that, do we need population in 29? Or are you just going to do that as you go?
We do need population. in
I'm just wondering
29.
if you should kind of finish 29 and then move to 3 and 21.
Well, I'm thinking that we obviously need to take population off of, I think it's 26, the bottom one now.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just kind of wondering if I should do the Kalamazoo County thing,
20.
what people are thinking. Should I do?
Can I make note that 21 is 100,000 people short?
Right. So we'll eventually move up there.
Commissioner Eid?
I think at this point, just unassign the extra in 21 and we can figure out where to
Okay.
put it in a little bit.
Commissioner Witches?
Take that one step further just to we know, okay, let me start over. We know we're going to have a problem with Kalamazoo and Battle Creek and the areas surrounding. Going to manage districts, take 22, 3, and 21 and get rid of them so you're not even seeing the colors on it. Work around Kalamazoo and Battle Creek, get that one set, work from Barry down, and then finish the rest out on the border. And then that'll give you a little bit to assign the 29, and that should get you to the right population.
So could you scroll down? Never mind, I can see it now. You're good.
Commissioner Horton?
So can you unassign? So we need to reconfigure these. So I want to unassign some. Would you rather unassign it by district or by county?
I can delete a district.
Okay,
and
delete District 21 and 3.
I think I can do that. Yes, 21.
Where's 3?
21.
Kalamazoo.
Oh, Kalamazoo. Okay.
21 is erased. The next one to erase?
3.
3. Gone.
Okay, now let me see. Okay, can you unassign Calhoun and Kalamazoo counties?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Unassigned Calhoun
Yes.
and Kalamazoo?
Yes. And the blue part of Van Buren County to the west.
This area?
Yes, please. Van Buren.
There we
Okay.
go.
So I'd like to see what 26 is on the matrix.
Okay. '26 is at 3.6% high.
High, okay,
20 is 0.47 high.
okay.
29 is 35,000 short.
Which one is?
29 is 35,000 people light. 28 is the perfect district, almost.
Okay.
Got
Let
a
me
nice
just
border.
think a moment. I can feel you willing me, Dustin.
Commissioner Eid,
So we're good on 26 at this point, though, right?
Good and, well,
good.
we should make it better, but
Okay. Oh, I see. We're a little. I got you.
We're 9,000 over.
so we just need to take out a township
Township
somewhere.
or two, yeah.
Do you have a suggestion which township that is, Dustin?
I was gonna suggest, would you like to see a suggestion that I have for the Battle Creek and Kalamazoo area?
Yes, but first, okay, first, not, okay, I can't see the numbers real well. Is that 9,500? On that 26 is over by?
26 is over by 9,545. That's 3.6%.
Okay, please assign townships to District 29. The townships of Somerset, Moscow, Scipio.
Scipio.
26 is now at 1.35 high. Did you say Scipio?
Yes, please.
Now you are 0.66% high, which isn't quite as good as 28, but you're getting there.
Okay. All right. Now, Dustin, if you would like to show. Yeah, it's good.
Dustin, can you make sure you speak clearly into the mic?
I'm pulling it up. I've been waiting for this for days.
Can I speak up? May I make a?
Please go ahead.
I want to note 29 is still 28,000 light.
Yeah.
Okay. Townships. We're gonna grab the Portage Township and directly North Kalamazoo Township.
All this area in here?
Correct. In fact, those 4 squares, so Kalamazoo, Comstock, Pavilion, and Portage, select all of those and everything that would be inside of it.
And that should not be 29. That should be 3 or 21.
3 is fine with me, or 21, it doesn't matter.
Okay. You need. There's your starting point.
Okay, grab the total of Portage and Pavilion. Balance of Charleston. Top right. Yep, Galesburg as well. Now we're going to grab Ross, Bedford, Penfield, Battle Creek, and Emmett. Those 6 to make a 6. Correct. And then Emmett.
You're 11,000 short.
Emmett
Emmett,
Township.
I'm sorry. That's perfect.
Now that gives you some wiggle room to bring the one that has the district that has Jackson to the west if you need. And then the section north, you can wrap around the District 21. It makes somewhat of a C, but it also takes into account the ruralness of those particular areas. And then if you need to push down into 26, you can.
Okay, any comments from anyone else?
Commissioner Rothorn?
I do agree that this does reflect significant public comment that we've heard. I'm just thinking about the suburban areas around Kalamazoo and how, yeah, and then there was also that conflicting public comment that Battle Creek did not want to be part of Kalamazoo. And so I'm just thinking about how if we continue with the 29 and like sort of wrap it around, like you were saying, like then they're associated with Jackson, right? The Ashtemo and the suburbs there. And so it just feels like I'm just making that, I'm just calling it out because that's the part that makes me feel uncomfortable. Go ahead.
Yep, Commissioner Witches.
I did think and struggle about that when I came up with this particular design for it. My inkling is the individuals that stated that they do not want to be with Battle Creek for the people that came to our Kalamazoo meeting were in the suburbs of the area around Kalamazoo, not the individuals that were in Kalamazoo City proper going into Battle Creek, which is why this configuration would potentially solve that problem. And then the suburbs would be included in that district that looks, well, the weirdest one we have so far, and balance that particular act. Again, that's just my personal belief on how I've heard rural and urban splits should be going. So I kind of took both of those things into account.
I did see, Doug, do we need to denote that Commissioner Lett has rejoined the meeting?
Hi, Commissioner Lett. Could you disclose where you are attending the meeting remotely from?
Afternoon. I'm attending from Interlaken.
Thank you.
Okay, now Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, a number of comments. I really like this. I think it's the right approach. What I heard at Kalamazoo was and I heard this a lot, they wanted the urban-rural split, and this supports that. I also heard mixed opinions on Kalamazoo and Battle Creek being put together, but the way that Dustin has designed this, it keeps the big urban areas together. You know, in Battle Creek, one of their concerns was, apparently they have 2 military bases there, or airfields, to keep those together. So this supports that as well. And the outlying areas that we haven't assigned yet are basically all rural, which I think meets the requirement that we heard from the citizens in that area.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I think the communities, Antwerp, Texas, and I forget what the other one's called, the Ashtemo. Those aren't rural. They have pretty significant populations in their suburbs of Kalamazoo. So I wouldn't attribute those as being rural at all. As to whether Kalamazoo should go with Battle Creek, I mean, I'm not going to weigh in on that, but because I feel like we've gotten a lot of conflicting information. I think you can either put Kalamazoo and its surrounding suburbs in one district all by itself and Battle Creek separate, or we could try to join them together like this. But I think if we're joining them together like this, we are separating off those suburbs where we had people come in and talk about the school districts and how they were part of the same school district and didn't want to be separated like that. So yeah, I just want to point that out. Commissioner Clark.
Maybe one approach we could do is leave this as is, and then all the unassigned areas create another district and see how our population flows from there and adjust from there.
Commissioner Orton.
So I don't know how to phrase this. So what I would like to do, we haven't really discussed this, but what I would like to do is kind of draft two two options for people, not just here, but in several places, so that we can get public comment on the two different ways. Because I think we could propose this way, and we could propose Kalamazoo County basically as its own district, and see what the public wants. So for now, I would be inclined to leave it like this on this map and see if we can work around it, and then consider making a second draft that we can also present.
I think that makes sense. Mr. Morgan.
So you are very close to having a plan completed at this point. So I might suggest that you complete this plan and then make the other option you're describing. So you have two complete plans that have just one difference in this area.
So I have a point of confusion. So I noticed, do we have 38 districts at this point? Or is it just because the active matrix isn't showing 38? Is it just because it's only showing ones in view? So we've got full 38.
There's an unassigned district that would be District 3 at this moment.
Okay.
So you have
Which is the one
District
we
3
took away.
available, right?
Okay.
And then District 29 is not in alignment. So if you were to finish 29 and fill in 3 in some way, and then call that option 1 for Kalamazoo area, and then do something different as Commissioner Orton suggested.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay.
Commissioner Rothhorn.
And I'm thinking, Cynthia, I wonder if we looked at, so, and Dustin too, like this idea that we may have a demographic, like it may look differently racially, and we may want to try to support our argument here, like looking at the demographics of this versus like all of Kalamazoo, just try to see what it looks like what the numbers, like we're about 30% minority at this, with this district here. And that's, I don't know that means it's a significant, I think we have to be above 30%, but that was a threshold, but not voting age population, right? It's one of those things I think it's worth trying to consider. I think there are there are ways that we can draw and reflect the demographics and the minority, just like we were doing in Detroit, that might help us make a decision and getting the information on this. I don't think we have election results here, but I think we have.
Yeah,
right?
as far as demographics, I don't think there's a significant difference when I look at it.
When you did it with with the Kalamazoo, the whole county.
So if Kalamazoo County itself, can I say what I see on my screen that's different than that? If I just choose Kalamazoo County for racial demographics, we have 73.9% white and 26% minority. And on this one, 69.7% white, 30% minority, if I'm reading it right. Okay.
That's useful. Thank you. Okay.
So I think the next step would be to finish out 29, but
yeah,
should we move on to the next?
Finish 29, do the new 3, and then we can potentially save and do a new one and do a different.
Okay. Do you want me to go ahead, or should we move on to the next?
Out. No, go ahead.
I'll knock
I
myself
feel like
out.
MC and I have talked enough today, so this is your area.
Okay. First of all, before we move on to the next district, should I answer any questions for the Secretary of State? Okay. Or do you want me to do that at the end?
We can do that at the end.
Okay.
Commissioner Witches.
Just a suggestion, because we're going to be dancing with population changes within 29, 26, and the unassigned district, which is effectively District 3. I would fill in the unassigned area as District 3 first, so we get the population numbers and we can see things, and then shift the borders of the districts as needed to adjust 29 to make it fit.
That's a very nice suggestion, Dustin. Can we do that, Kent? Make District 3 all the unassigned areas?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Dustin. I just want to acknowledge that the process is just as important here. So it's really useful to have thought it through. Really appreciate that. Thank you. while we're waiting, I just remembered that Bruce did tell us that the VRA does cover all of Michigan. And so I'm just thinking that, yeah, okay.
And 3 is 18,000 high. And
Okay.
29 is 28,000 light.
Okay. Can we change the color of either 3 or 29? Thank you. Okay. Kent, could you select where your cursor is, select that whole block of townships that are touching towards 29. I just want to see what the population is.
I'll just select it and it'll show us the numbers.
Okay.
And without assigning.
Yes, that's what I'd like.
So that area is 35,000, roughly 7,000 over ideal.
Okay. Then unselect that. So choose just 2 townships in and all the way down.
That is 21,000, which gets you pretty close to, well, you'll be 7,000 light on 29.
Okay. Assign that please to 29.
Let me take another whack at it. Okay, 29 is now 2.61% low, or 6,900 people.
And what's 3?
And 3 is 1.08% low. So you can balance these to be both about 1.5 high, something like that.
Commissioner Riches, did you have a hand up?
No, I yield.
You could,
okay.
You could also potentially add in Marshall. It's about 6,800 if you want to get it closer.
That'll help 29, but it'll be a bit too much to take out a 3.
Okay.
But let's do that. Take the village of Marshall and put it in 29. And then we need to see where there's extra population, I guess.
We have a little piece of Marshall out here. We can deal with that later, or however.
Yeah, we can deal with it later, and we have something up all around there. So
I can go to blocks and see how many people are in here or what that is.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just to have an idea. There's nobody.
Okay,
there's
go
no
ahead and
persons.
go ahead and assign that to 29 while we're here. And then I think there was something up north.
This little piece here. There's nobody there currently living there.
Assign that to 29. And then the piece in the west, let's assign to 3.
Put that in 3.
No people. And then can we see the active matrix for all of the districts? So we need more population in 29, right? Or 3. We need more population in 8. And we have extra population in, oh,
At the top, and I'll roll down through them. 8's a little lower.
8's low.
Yeah.
8 is low and 15 is low.
31.
31. Can you scroll down a little more on the active matrix? I don't see any that are significantly high.
Well, you have
Does anyone
32
else?
and
30, yeah,
33.
32 and 33 are 7,000 over each.
And but that counters 31, which was right in the ballpark. 26, is still a little bit high.
I guess 27 is 5,000 high.
And but where is 27?
By Ann Arbor. I think it is Ann Arbor, actually.
Yep, it is Ann Arbor.
It looks to me like we at least have everything within the deviation. So I think, except for the fact that that makes a donut, which I don't like.
Commissioner Witches,
Does the total,
you're not on.
does the certain plan deviation need to be under a certain percentage as well? Or is that not a thing that we really need to worry
10.
about?
It has to be within 10.
So I'll just comment on that. If Kim were here, he would also comment similarly that the overall deviation, is plus or minus 5%, and that's contemplated. And then also the general counsel may have a comment on this, but I don't know that the overall plan deviation has any bounds on it other than those bounds. So you could contemplate having your overall deviation within a certain range, but I think that you're allowed to have up to plus or minus 5%. And there may be reasons that you can point to for why certain districts have a certain deviation.
All right. So I'm assuming we've saved this plan, right? General counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, certainly I support what Mr. Morgan is stating. And yes, the commission has not adopted any deviation range outside of that. There is not a deviation range in the Constitution as there used to be. Those kinds of deviations were fairly common nationwide. So at this point, the commission is on secure ground.
Commissioner Orton.
I just have a comment. I was hoping that at some point we could have a conversation about what deviation we would like to keep it within for all the different, the Senate, the House, and the congressional. But at first, I thought I wanted to get as close to zero deviation as possible. But now I see there's reasons for VRA compliance or other compliance that we might not want to be so strict with that. But I do think in congressional districts, we should be very close to zero deviation if we can.
Yeah. Mr. Morgan.
So I think the general counsel will have a comment on that. The only thing I'll say about that is what you end up doing in congressional, if you choose to go down to exactly one person, which I think we'll hear is the requirement, you generally get very close and have the concepts the way you like it, and then you would take it down to literally one person in a particular area, and that takes a little extra work for the map drawers, but that's how the process generally works.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, and I'll speak to other deviations then for the benefit. I know in the past, the safe harbor of 10%, again, just having deviations under 10% is not a safe harbor. It goes to intent in how the commission, or excuse me, how the map drawers, the map drawers would be working with the data and what was driving their decision-making process. Again, the commission is on very secure footing there as well. As far as partisan fairness, we have case law that gives a very clear range for the commission to consider. So in response to Commissioner Orton's excellent question, the deviations and the considerations will fluctuate, and we're happy to provide that direct analysis and guidance at the appropriate time.
All right. Commissioner Rothhorn.
Cynthia, you want to go first?
I'm just thinking there's probably questions we need to answer now.
Indeed, there are. Commissioner Orton, could you describe to me the COI considerations when crafting these two districts?
So specifically, which districts are you talking about? Because we went through a lot.
Yes, apologies. So I recorded your stated reasonings for some of the changes for 26 and 29. So for the creation of District 2021, the new 21 and the new 3, can you describe the COI considerations for those?
Okay, so I'm going to say we heard a lot of public comment to keep the cities of Kalamazoo and Battle Creek together, and Portage along with Kalamazoo. So that is one. And the rural areas around that wanted to be kept together. Anyone else? Dustin, do you have something to support that?
Well, I think you got it, because that's what I was going off of as well. Okay. 2 communities of interest that I was able to really come to conclusions on were this urban rural split, but I was able to, I postulate that like I said, the individuals who live in the city of Kalamazoo are probably closer in line with the individuals that live in the city of Battle Creek. That's why I suggested the connection the way that it is. And the individuals that are, have Kalamazoo mailing addresses, and don't think that they should be associated with Battle Creek are the ones that would live in the suburbs on the outside areas that are going to be now encompassing District 21 and are included in District 3.
Thank you. And my final question is, in the creation of the new districts 21 and 3, can you describe how minority populations were considered?
Okay, so we did look at that, and there didn't seem to be a significant difference in the number of, the minority populations trying it different ways. So it didn't seem to make a difference.
And the District 21 was drawn with a higher minority population.
True. Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've completed, obviously it's a draft. I don't want everybody to get all excited and say we've done anything about it, but we have completed our first full Senate map, which is awesome.
Congratulations,
So
commissioners.
Well, it's not technically completed because there's still
yes. You just had to burst our bubble, didn't you?
Bubble bursted.
You bubble burster.
It's technically not a complete plan.
It's technically not, but it's pretty darn close. So,
but I wonder, Chair, if do we want to sort of like part of me wants to know, like, how do we finish this? Right. And part of me is thinking, like, is this where we run the partisan fairness stuff? How do we do this?
I strongly suggest doing these error checks and making sure every single piece is where you expect it to be. Because until then, technically it's not done. It's not a legal plan.
I would suggest we run the analysis, to make sure there's no discontinuities or plan errors or unassigned areas. I see you over there, Department of State, Sarah Reinhardt.
Yes, per the schedule adopted in the most recent process document, partisan fairness analysis will be done during deliberations the week of the 27th.
Can you please assign that to 28?
I think that'll do
I
it.
believe that also allows time for the analysis itself to be done as well. So thank you.
Oh.
Now it's a complete plan.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, it's not only the partisan fairness analysis, but I think we need a final analysis from Bruce Adelson as well.
Yeah, I think we need a VRA analysis. I think what we all should do is this should be sent to all of us so we can look at it, because we have commissioners who aren't here today who may have input on what we have done. And that would be how I would like to proceed. And I'm open for feedback on if we should do something different, but I think we should all receive this file, look at it, decide if we want to make any proposed changes to it, and maybe reconvene on that point tomorrow, and then potentially move on to congressional maps at this time. Commissioner Orton.
And then, so what do people think about the idea of having 2 Senate maps, draft maps that we let people comment on? Do we want to do that? How do we come up with that?
We could, or we could just leave it as is and wait for people to make comments, because they're gonna, if they don't like it, they're gonna make comments. So I think either way, we can just leave it. I see Sarah, and then I see Commissioner Ede.
I'm just circling back to the process document that was most recently adopted. Certainly commissioners have the authority to make alternate drafts. That can be an individual commissioner, or it can be a collaborative effort, as we've seen you all undertake in the past. And the decision of how many maps will be brought forth for public comment during the public hearings is another decision that is scheduled to be made during the deliberations process. Again, the week of the 27th. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ede. Okay. Commissioner Lett. I don't see you, but I'm hearing you have your hand raised.
You don't see me?
No.
Oh, I see me on.
That's a
But anyway,
technical error on our end.
The map disappeared, and I was going to request that it since I haven't been here and you guys haven't zoomed out, I just wanted to have it zoomed out so I could see what you guys managed to do without my expert commentary.
Yeah, did you have something to add, John?
I just wanted to say Commissioner Orton had contemplated drawing the second Senate plan, which would just be very similar to this one. It's just a different option in Kalamazoo, if I understood her.
Yeah, and I think what the question that I'm also hearing with Cynthia is it might make sense to sort of have an intention around, like, so if we're going to draw a different Kalamazoo Battle Creek map, like we've also got like, right, I'm just thinking of like maybe we have cities that are sort of combined. Maybe then we have and then we'd have cities that aren't combined, like Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor, for example, right? So we have a draft that sort of says this is where the cities aren't combined, and this is a draft where the cities are combined, for example.
Commissioner Orton.
Well, I think we all are familiar with the various areas where we've had conflicting public comments, such as Midland with the Tri-Cities or Midland without. So we could, take all those into consideration, maybe.
Commissioner Wichus.
I would also very much like to make a clone, since this is now a completed map, quote unquote. I would very much like to see the opposite here, the clone of this map change 21 and 3 so that District 21 takes into account all of Kalamazoo County, as Commissioner Orton has suggested. And then change the numbers so that we get 2 draft maps done in one day for public comment to do over the next couple days.
I'm open to that and using it the rest of the day today to sort of finish a second set of maps.
Okay. I am okay with doing that as well. So Commissioner Lett, did you still have another comment?
Yes, I certainly don't have any objection to having alternative maps. I think probably what might be a somewhat better way to go would be to contemplate those alternatives once we get our VRA analysis and the other analysis, to have that knowledge if we're going to go down the path of alternative maps, which I think is probably not a bad idea at any anyway.
I concur with that. Commissioner Clark?
I think we should do one alternative map with the Kalamazoo County, and that will give us the opportunity to get some public comment on it, because we did have split comments about having Kalamazoo and Battle Creek together, and maybe we can get a better feel for what the public wants at that point.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a split again. I don't think it's going to be helpful, but yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. Let's clone another map and do I see the, oh, Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Orton.
Well, you know, this is gonna be a lot easier to make alternatives because now that this is a complete plan, you can display it as an overlay on top. And so you'd really be able to see the comparisons between the two. Is my understanding of that correct?
Absolutely, because I'll export this. It'll be a shape file. We can bring it back in as an overlay, you know, with just an outline on top of these.
Commissioner Orton, do you need the floor?
I'm kind of conflicted. I do think that's a good idea to show it with the other configuration, but I'm not just considering Kalamazoo. I think there's other areas that I would like to see with an alternative, but there is what Steve said does make sense, that after the analysis would make more sense, but I'm just concerned that the analysis will be near the end of our time. And then will we have time to make alternatives?
Excellent question. I'm going to, I think Sarah, I think my memory is that Sarah's been reminding us of our process document. I think we've got a full week of deliberations. And so we'll just sort of maybe we'll spend some more time, but I see Dustin has his hand, and then maybe we'll come back to try to answer your question, Cynthia.
Well, I agree that, you know, we do need the VRA analysis, but this particular change isn't going to change what we did in the areas that require the VRA analysis. So these particular changes, regardless of what that analysis comes to be, is going to be the same. I don't think we're going to be going back into Detroit by doing this particular change in the Kalamazoo area. At least I'm not going to be going back into Detroit. My brain's a little fried.
Okay. And how does that line up with what you're thinking, Cynthia? Is that?
Yeah, that's true. We're not going to go clear back, but I am thinking if we do have to change Detroit, it could ripple out a little bit, but probably not to affect Kalamazoo County. So I just don't know the good answer.
So how about we take a 5-minute break? And I see Commissioner Lett or Steve's hand. You want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, if you're going to take a break, that's fine. I would ask Kent then to bring up the population totals and demographics of the Detroit area so I can look. I didn't see those since I was gone. I wanted to look at those while you're taking your break. I don't want to hold you up on that. I just want to look at them.
Appreciate that. And do the commissioners need a break? Do we need a 5-minute break? Okay, yes, we do need a 10-minute break. And I see you, Commissioner Curry, too. We're going to do a 10-minute break. It is 3:35? 3:35. So we'll be back at 3:45, please.
May I ask Commissioner Lett if this is the area he would like to look at, more or less?
As long as I can see the Detroit districts, is if we've got them all in there on the matrix. I'm looking at the matrix. So what's that? Down to about 19,
There's,
down through 19.
you got 12 here, 17, 10, 19. I need to get 19 on there. 2 is all the way up here. I don't know if that's in your, there's 5, 7. So I can make it a little bit bigger. And that's 2 through, that should be everything.
Just a reminder that to allow our interpreters to also take a break, if there could be a full break of audio during this time as well. Thank you.
We're all set? Okay, great. So we're going to officially break at 3:36.
Oh.
Commissioner Curry, can you hear us?
Now I can, yes.
Can you disclose your physical location?
Attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you. Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang, Steve Lett,
Attending remotely from Interlaken.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett,
Present.
Aaron Wagner, Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
10 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
All right. So where did we leave off, MC?
I think we were trying to wrap our heads around what we just finished and whether we are finished. And there was, Doug just reminded me that we got one particular comment that might be an easy fix it was Montcalm County and moving Newaygo out and move it over to Oceana. Do you all remember that? Does this sound familiar? It was in Big Rapids. And I'm wondering, and the fix, it shouldn't affect our map too much, but I'm wondering if you all are okay with that, to try to shift that rural district. That would be one thing, one final adjustment, and Cynthia's got a comment.
I'm in favor of that as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we're working on the existing draft, right? And just shifting one county. So let's pull that map back up.
Commissioners, I made a copy, so I need to close this and go back to the plan we were working on. Because I'd made a copy. You'll see this is V16B. I'm going to go back to what we were working on, which is that plan.
Thank you, Kent. And we're going to be in do you know the area that we're looking at, Kent, or looking for when we say Gratiot?
Right there above Grand Rapids, north of Grand Rapids.
Yeah, sort of north and a little bit east. Yep, in the middle of the sort of the fingers of the mitten.
I'll find it. As soon as this loads back up.
Yep, we're just sort of south and east of Traverse City, I believe. In that area.
I need just a minute to gather my forces here.
While you're doing that, do we want to discuss? So I think I think commissioners, what we're thinking about is sort of how do we finish this, finalize it, and what happens next? Is that sort of what we're asking ourselves? Is that fair?
Well, we could just say it's finished for now and then wait for the VRA analysis. I know that there's been a proposal to create alternative maps, which I think is probably a good idea. So we could probably just finish this out for a voter rights analysis and then create the alternative with the alternative Kalamazoo, Battle Creek. I also would be interested in doing an alternative Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti as well, and possibly an alternative Lansing, but just to have, keep everything else as much the same as we can, but then have like version A, version B, so that the public can look at it and comment on it. And I don't think that's going to take very long, honestly. Commissioner Witches.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say what we do is we take the plan that we just finished, save it as draft Senate District 1. Because it's a finalized, put some term of finalization on it. Even if you want to put a date on it, go ahead. But
Draft. It's a
Madam
draft.
Chair.
It has
Yeah.
not been approved by the commission.
Madam
right,
Chair.
General counsel, sorry.
I was going to say, we call it draft Senate map 1, for example. And then if we make an alternate, we call it draft Senate map 2,
Yep.
3, 4, 5 until the cows come home.
General counsel.
The only offer I would add is plan. Because it's actually a statewide plan.
Okay.
So you guys have kind of the districts, you've been doing kind of regional mapping, all these kinds of things, but you actually do in fact now have a statewide plan for Senate, for the 38 Senate seats.
Okay. Commissioner Rothorn.
So General Counsel, I'm wondering, because we're going to wait for a VRA analysis maybe, and that partisan fairness, do we have can we expect it in all at once? Or can we expect it soon? Is there, I know that this is like maybe part of our process, but that's a question that I have. I'm guessing other people are also wondering, is there a?
General counsel.
For asking.
Is when we have like in moments, I expect that we will have like a proposed draft plan for the Senate. And we will come up with alternatives, but we will have this proposed draft plan. Will that be turned into get analyzed through VRA? Like, so we won't, okay. And then that will be ready when we're deliberating in about 2 weeks or in about 10 days, potentially.
So Madam Chair, I believe Commissioner Rothorn is correct. I think if you identify in the commission, while naming conventions and protocols are always critical, the naming conventions in this regard are particularly critical. So if we have the Senate plan dated today, that of course is proposed. The commission has been very clear that it needs additional feedback and analysis from Mr. Adelson. And other criteria considerations potentially as well, but that this is the capture of the plan on this date of what it looks like. So if it is modified, then that would be, again, captured on that date, and that would be how it would be displayed as well.
And my memory is that there was a cost that we have to be careful as commissioners to how many plans that there's time, that it requires a significant amount of time and review. And therefore that what I'm thinking about is, as we consider alternatives, right, that how we coordinate that so that we don't overburden, frankly, the people who need to give us this analysis and the timeliness. And so I'm thinking of like, is that why we're deliberating all at once at the end of the week? Right. So we have to have right. Do we want to have an alternative? If we're going to do an alternative Senate, do we want to do that within minutes?
I think, Madam Chair, and again, I do apologize, Commissioner Rothorn. I'm trying to get to the essence of your question. And what I believe I heard, what I believe that to be is, while you're considering the draft maps that you're creating now in advance of the public hearings, that week of deliberation, the planning behind was that the planning focus behind that was, as you make modifications in one area, that it will inevitably lead to other considerations and modifications that the commission will have to make in other areas. It's just simple math. And that by doing that in a block of time, that the commission can address all those concerns simultaneously. Certainly if the VRA analysis is I'm sure Mr. Adelson will be able to provide his feedback upon looking at the draft districts when he rejoins us. So I hope that answer responsive to your question.
Yes, it was.
I'm
Thank
trying
you.
to distill it, so I apologize.
No, I think you did a great job. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, my other question too is, at what point are we going to renumber these districts? Is that something we should do now before we create the clone or the alternate? Because we've kind of got districts all over the place, and I don't know how long that takes and if that's a quick and easy fix or how that works.
The key to it is y'all have to do the numbering and decide how you want to number them and where they're going to be numbered. But the last thing we left was we were going into the Gratiot area to do some modifications. So we can do that, do the numbers. John?
Yes, Commissioner Zatella, through you to General Counsel, I would just say, I don't know if there's any concern about what the numbers are vis-a-vis the term limits. So I think that's a question that you might have to discuss a little bit. I don't know, for example, if somebody runs in Senate District 38, and are they term limited to that district number, or are they term limited as an individual? So for example, if I was a hypothetical senator and I represent District 38 and you renumbered this district to District 2, does that mean I can remain a senator for 8 more years? I don't think so. I don't know, but I just thought that that's something to consider as far as the numbering of districts goes.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
And if we do renumber them, one of the things we discussed previously is if it used to be 1, we try to get it to be 1 and keep it as consistent as possible, so it doesn't confuse the public.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I think we should follow the same convention they followed before. If 1 starts in the UP and comes down, that's what we should do. But it's just like right now we have like 3 over on the western side surrounded by like 21. And I mean, it's just confusing. So my point is, do we want to fix that or do we want to save that for later? I mean, we can save it for later. I mean, that probably makes sense to just save it for later so we can focus on our alternates right now.
Yes, and if I may, the idea of the Gratiot, and I think that's something we can assign to you all, can't we? Or do we have to do it publicly? You all being the mappers, we should do it publicly. I'm
Yes,
reading
I would
some
assume
signs.
so,
Okay, we're
yes.
going to do it publicly. Can we try to do that quick county swap? Add Montcalm County, I think, into that.
Yeah, I would say let's look at our map that we have right now. Let's do the swap for Montcalm County. And then we can save it as version 1 or alternate 1, and then clone it. And let's work on that second proposed map. Does that make sense to everybody? Any disagreement, comment, concerns?
Sounds good. So I think what we're doing, Kent, is we're going to add Montcalm County, take it out of 33 and put it into 35.
Montcalm into 35.
Correct. And then we're going to head a little bit north and west of that.
We have these, okay. Now 35 is 65,000 people high.
Right. And so we're going to balance that with adding Newaygo and Oceana. We're going to take 33. Oh, Steve's got his hand up.
Commissioner Lett.
Why are we doing this?
This was based on feedback in Big Rapids. They were reiterating, I guess, feedback that we'd gotten about a community of interest that this Isabella Gratiot Montcalm is a large sort of service area, working area that not only includes the Big Rapids University sort of affiliation. There was also the Indian Reservation in Isabella that they worked with the CMU. And there were, I believe, some other working agreements that universities in the area recognized. And so this was, there were 3 comments in person in Big Rapids. And I think we recognized that this was be a quick and easy swap. And so that was what we were doing, Steve, before we had that sort of official not finalized, but a draft plan.
I guess that's my concern. And I know this there are other commissioners that have the same concern. We're making a change on something that we've considered previously based on 3 comments. What about the other 30,000 people that live there? In fact, the other 66,000 people that live there.
Commissioner Orton, maybe this can be one of the alternatives when we make an alternative map.
Yeah, why don't we flip it back and then we'll make that an alternative map? Since we're
Sounds
going to
good.
do that anyway, I think that makes sense. So flip it back, save it, call this our alternate 1, and then we'll create a clone alternate 2, and we can do that on the alternate.
In the second clone, is that where we're going to, the commissioners are going to modify District 3 and 21 at the same plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 minute.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment based on Steve's question a second ago. I mean, we're going to have that situation in any change that we have. We're going to have input from 3 or 5 or 10 people and have 30,000 people and not respond at all. So we're confronted with that throughout the whole state. It's just not this specific change.
Okay.
Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
This is versions, what we're calling today's date at the top, V16. This is the B version. The one we've been working on earlier today was V16A.
Okay.
So this would be number 2.
Well, I understand that we're going to have that. I think we need to be cognizant that, we as a commission have spent a lot of time on these and have had input from all of us as commissioners, and have looked at whatever each commissioner has chosen to look at to make these maps, and to have 1 or 2 or 3 comments come along now and say that's wrong. I have a hard time accepting that. That's all I think we need to be cognizant of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. And Commissioner Clark? And then Commissioner Richards.
Commissioner Lett, do you feel that would be more significantly or better handled at the public hearings, or next set of public hearings?
Go ahead, Commissioner Lett.
I think I don't know. I mean, I don't know who's going to come out at the public hearings. I'm just concerned that we put something out there and we get a comment on the portal that is very intent on making a change. But as we all know, we can probably go back and look through our other comments and other notes that we've taken and see, just as many comments on the other side. I guess my opinion is that we've spent a lot of time. I mean, we didn't make Montcalm, Ionia, and Newaygo just out of thin air, out of whole cloth. We decided whatever we were debating on at the time, that Ionia and Montcalm would go together quite well. And in fact, in my opinion, and I've done some work in both counties as an attorney, and they pretty much fit together. So I mean, we can take whatever we want into account, but I would hate to see that we get very minor 1, 2, 3, 4, however many minor comments, and we're going to let 5 people drive the bus.
Commissioner Witches?
I would tend to agree with those statements. The changes that we're talking about and making in our draft maps, whatever they would be, and even the alternate maps that we are going to be coming up with, how many of those would be come up with, take into account the public comment portal, to take into account our public hearings that we had, our own thoughts about the situation, and us deliberating as a public body to come to these particular lines that we have drawn. I do believe that if we're not going to make everybody happy. And the only thing is that when we do make something or change, we're going to hear from the majority of people, or the 5 or 6 that come in, or just the 5 or 6 people that disagree, where we decided to put a line based on our thought process and how we came up in the first place to place these particular districts. So I would caution us to make changes to maps based on new things that come in, if it's not substantial and it's just 1 or 2 that are coming in, or a suggestion. And we're going to get a lot of public comments. I'm assuming we're going to even have more turnout during our second round of public hearings. And then at that point, we can go back and weigh in the new items that have come in, the items that have come in during those particular hearings, to make slight tweaks. And then when we actually vote to publish our maps, we'll know that we have taken everyone's voice into account.
So I would add to that, that it sounds scarily like the first person who commented's comment's going to rule. And I don't care for that at all. This is a rolling process. People who, had no idea what we were going to do might not have commented. And now that they've seen what we're drawing, now they want to come in and make comments. I don't think that invalidates their comments. And it's concerning to me that we might just dismiss that. So I think the solution to that is what we've talked about here, which is we have this map. This is one proposed alternative. We've heard some comments on it already. We're going to create this second map. We're going to change some things around, and then we'll see what the public comment is, and then we can deliberate on that and move forward. But I don't want to make it seem like the commission is not going to listen to people who are later coming to the table, or even, maybe it's 3 or 4 people who are coming to the table because they weren't the first ones in the door. I think this is meant to be a transparent, open process where we're continually receiving feedback. That's what we've repeatedly stated to the public that we are going to do. And I think we should honor that by listening to people when they have specific concerns. And ultimately, we're going to make the decisions about what we're going to do. But I don't want to just dismiss comments because they're later in time. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, the argument that Commissioner Letton, which is bringing up on these changes, then what's the purpose of alternative maps that we could develop? Because we've already discussed, their argument is that we've already discussed and drawn the lines, and now we get a few comments and we want to redraw them. But I agree with what you said, Rebecca.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Eid, and then, or Commissioner. Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner Curry, you were first. Go ahead, Commissioner Curry, then Commissioner Orton, then Commissioner Eid.
I would just like to say that I feel that I truly think that each of us have honestly did the best we can with these maps, and to go back and ask other opinions and get several opinions just from 1 or 2 people, like Steve said, would be a disservice to what we're doing, because it's going to throw everything off and we'll be forever trying to make a map to fit somebody. So I think that we've spent all day doing this. Can you imagine just trying to redo it because somebody, a few opinions out of 60,000 or whatever would make a difference? So I think that our honest opinion of how we've heard, we've listened, we've written notes, they've sent their comments in. I think that once we make our selection, we ought to leave it alone, or we're going to get a lot of trouble trying to erase something to fit somebody's else way of doing things, and then we're going to throw the whole map off. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Eid, and then Commissioner Lett.
So I understand what everyone's saying. What I was thinking is that we know that in certain areas, and we can probably all list them off, we've received significant conflicting public comment. And so I was suggesting that for those areas, so we do a second draft plan, and in those areas, we offer the alternative from what we drew here. And that way we can get public comment, then we can decide which plan we're going with.
Commissioner Eid, and then Commissioner Lett.
Well, I guess the first thing I'll say is even this map we drew today, and I think that we should all be pretty proud of this. I mean, we're a group of 13, people who've never done this before. And I really do think we came up with a map that's quite better in almost every aspect than what's currently in place. So let's take a second and be happy about that, be thankful about that. Because that's no small feat. And I'm proud of all of you guys for making this. So good job. I do like having the idea of a few alternatives, because for me, it's going to come down to the analysis. Maybe this is a great map, but maybe someone else's map with a few slight changes could be a little bit better when it comes down to the accepted measures of partisan fairness we're going to go over, and to the VRA requirements we're going to go over. But I mean, I agree kind of with, I think everyone's right now. We're going to get a lot of comments at this second round of public hearings, not only from, regular everyday people, but also from, politicians that are going to be rallying their base and trying to get us to make changes. So, it is something to be weary of. But we have to at least hear him and, then make that decision as a commission on what we're going to do.
Commissioner Lett?
Just to make myself clear, and I think so I have no objection to making alternative maps. We certainly can do that. What I think we want to guard against, and I think I want to guard against at least, is that the last person in has the most weight. They don't deserve any more weight or any less weight than anybody else. But I certainly think, and we have had comments on both sides, and in some instances, we've had a majority of comments on one side, that those types of comments deserve more weight. So, but alternative maps, that's fine. I have no problem with those. In fact, the last guy or gal in may have the best idea that we never thought of, and we'll change it based on them.
Commissioner Witches?
I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but Anthony did what I agree with what Anthony said. And there's one thing that Kent, John, and Kim said at one point in time that kind of hits home. This is our first drafting map that we did. You can make as many changes as you want, because no matter what it is you do, it's only going to get better from here. So you're gonna strive to get that planned deviation down. You're going to strive to get the VRA analysis as close as to what we possibly can, where we all like it and everyone is in agreement. We're going to continue to work on these. That's what the point of alternate maps are for. We should all be proud with what we have. It's going to change, and it's going to only change for the better.
Okay, I think we've had enough discussion on this point. So can we get back to our alternate maps, because we wanted to get 2 done today and we're running out of time at this point. So MC, it's your turn. This is the alternate map. Knock yourself out.
Oh, goodness. Right. Okay. With the Senate. With the alternate map.
So Montcalm.
This is the one where you're contemplating changing Montcalm and Gratiot in that area.
Well,
And just confirming,
originally this copy was made to make the Kalamazoo to District 3 and District 21 changes.
Yeah,
we came back from break.
Yeah.
And the second idea came up, and that's what y'all had the discussion.
We're gonna do possibly multiple changes. So this is going to be alternate B or alternate 2, whatever we want to call it, but we're going to make multiple changes. So MC, it's your turn. Go ahead, make your changes.
Right. Okay. So it was, so let's try. What I'm trying to do is but there was good discussion there, and I'm not sure I know how to proceed. I'm not convinced that I want to. Yeah, I'm at a loss at this point. I apologize. I feel like I want to pass or. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's go down to District 3 and 21 and zoom in a little bit there. So with this, I'm going to ask Would it be easier to just take off District 3, or is it easier to unassign areas? It might be easier to just delete District 3 and 21, and then we can just redraw them.
However you want to proceed.
Okay, let's do it that way because I think it will be a little easier.
Okay, we're gonna,
Okay.
is this gonna be 21 or 3?
Let's call it 3, and let's just select Kalamazoo County and see what the population is.
Kalamazoo is
Yep, Kalamazoo County.
261, 670.
Okay.
That district, that locality alone is just 3,523 shy of the ideal target number.
Okay, so then can we go the surrounding areas and turn those into District 21?
Yes.
So everything else make 21. So that will be one of our alternatives.
This whole.
Yep, so Barry. And I mean, I could do more here to make this, just for the public record, I could do more to make 20 go a little further and make 21 look less sort of like a upside down C. But I'm just putting this out there as a concept so that the public can look at it and decide whether they like Battle Creek separate or whether they like Battle Creek together. So this is just a concept. And if this is what the public ends up saying they like better, then we can sort of adjust that boundary if we wanted to make 21 more compact.
So in this process, we
have a few
undid
little,
those blocks that we assigned earlier, but it's easier to do it like this than one block at a time.
Okay.
I'll zoom in
and fix them. Yeah.
Previously, this would go on to 29.
Yeah.
This had gone to 29. And this would go to 21.
Okay. So put the white one into 21 and then the rest with 29.
I think that covers it. We'll run a check to make sure, but
Okay.
for sure that's it.
All right. So that's just an alternative instead of having Battle Creek and Kalamazoo together. So can we look over at Ann Arbor for a second? Because I'm kind of debating. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, can you scroll up so we can look at the population on those two districts?
$21 is 2.26 low. And 3 is 1.33 low. They're both below the ideal.
Thank you.
Mr. Morgan.
Commissioner Zatella, at this point, this is a completed plan option. Do you want to just save this and then create a different plan option that includes this and does something else?
Nope. I think we're just going to try to put all the things that we had kind
All
of
the
manted
things.
around on one map so that
Okay.
we can see. So I want to move over to Ann Arbor area. And I'm going to need some help on this one. So Anthony, if you have any ideas, feel free to jump in. But I want to try to divide up Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor in an alternative map. And I'm not 100% sure how I want to do it. MC, do you have a suggestion?
There was some public comment about downriver and border communities, because we did have sort of a northern southern downriver. The idea that lumping yet. So I think it's District 12 right now. So just acknowledging that you could use, I mean, this changes a lot of districts potentially, right? But Ypsilanti and Romulus, right? That, Van Buren Township may actually be a good fit. I don't know. But the idea that, breaking up that and associating downriver. Oh, with that, we have such a nice district down there too.
Why I'm saying I could definitely use some help on this one. Like, how can you split this up? And still have it make sense, especially because Ann Arbor is such a weird little city in terms of all the precincts and everything.
Right. And Dexter definitely wanted to be more with Jackson rather than with Ann Arbor, the Dexter Village.
Yeah. So let's try to do this. So let's just take off and put into District 29, Ypsilanti in the city of Ypsilanti.
Ypsilanti.
Yep. Ypsilanti Township.
And just connected on this corner. I guess we're going to make more.
Yeah, we're going to keep going down to Saline. So we're just going to try to grab there first and kind of keep moving westward. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
Are you thinking about putting Ypsilanti in with Jackson?
I don't know. We're gonna play with this a little bit. If you have another suggestion, I'm happy to hear it.
I would say that would be not a very good thing to do.
Okay.
But this is going to be a very difficult area to try and split up. So I'm
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you what my inclination is on this. So my inclination is Ypsilanti, Van Buren, Romulus, and Wayne go together. That's my inclination, but then we have to change the otherwise very nice district we have there. So I don't know. I mean, maybe. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner Orton.
It's a good direction because Ypsilanti and Belleville, that's a good fit.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if going further into Romulus and Wayne, Sumter and parts of Sumter and parts of Augusta have Ypsilanti addresses. So we can try that route as well. And then if we need to push District 28 over a little bit more to grab some more population, that would be an okay thing to do. Suggestion.
Okay, so let's try to grab Van Buren and put it into 29. And then we'll also grab Augusta and put it into 29. All right, so that puts us over. Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
This isn't going to be super helpful, but could we change the color of either of those pink ones? I just can't tell the difference.
Is that better?
A little
Thank
better.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. So now what I want to do is I want to kind of take the areas that are south of Ann Arbor and Saline and also put them into 29. So you see how Ann Arbor kind of comes down like a circle into, yep. So that.
Saline into
and Pittsfield
29.
Township. I don't know. What does everybody think about pulling Pittsfield? Should we leave it or should we put it with Ypsilanti? Thoughts? Pittsfield with Ypsilanti or Pittsfield with Ann Arbor?
Pittsfield with Ann Arbor.
With Ann Arbor? Pittsfield with Ann Arbor?
I don't know. Ask me that in 5 minutes. Let me think.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way. Okay, let's just, right. We're going to have to go north of Ann Arbor anyway. So let's just leave that and let's go north in Ann Arbor. So let's grab Northfield, Webster, Dexter, and assign them to Ann Arbor and see where we're at population wise. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
And
yeah.
Dexter.
Yep.
Do you mean me? You
I'm
mean,
sorry, Commissioner Witches.
Pittsfield Township and Ypsilanti.
Okay.
That would be better than Ann Arbor, I would think.
Okay. Yeah, but Commissioner Curry didn't think so. Yeah.
I used to live in Ypsilanti. I don't even know where Pittsfield is. And I used to stay there.
It's where
When I
the
was little.
municipal airport is. Yeah, it's outside the city.
Carpenter Road.
Yeah, Carpenter Road.
I do know
is
where
Pittsfield.
Carpenter Road is, yeah.
Yeah, I just think to divide Ypsilanti. So the population of Pittsfield is what?
It's not showing up, so we'll have to just get the info on it. It is 39,000 plus.
Okay. All right, can you scroll out a little bit on the map so I can kind of see? Yeah, I'm just struggling with this because I know we've received comment about not wanting Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor to be together, but then what do you do with Jackson? I don't really think Ann Arbor and Jackson go together either.
No, you don't.
So I don't know how to resolve that short of dividing Ann Arbor in half.
Madam Chair, I know that Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor they do a lot of business in Ann Arbor. I don't know about Dustin, but.
Yeah, I just don't like it. I'd say let's go back to what we had. Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
I'm going to say, having lived there, I would say the southern side of Ann Arbor, Ypsilanti, Pittsfield, that's a decent thing. I wouldn't be against splitting Ann Arbor because the northern side of Ann Arbor is going to be the more affluent side. The north side and also the west side, it's like Barton Hills area, so on and so forth. You could do a split like that right along the diagonal if you were to take a and somewhat of a north-south approach. But southern side of Ann Arbor with Ypsi and Pittsfield, you can go into the heart of Ann Arbor a little bit, but then the northern and western side you can try and put towards Jackson. That would be okay.
All right, so go ahead, Commissioner Eid.
I would honestly, yeah, I don't like it either being with 29. I would maybe try to figure out a way how to put it with your original idea with Van Buren and maybe reconfigure what we have for downriver.
Okay, so we took off Van Buren from downriver, right? And that is 35,000 people approximately, right?
Yeah.
And Ypsilanti. Okay, so, and then we have 75 for Ypsilanti and surrounding areas. And then we have 35 for Van Buren. Oh, how to fix this? Yeah, I don't want to do that either. So yeah, you know how I feel about that. I'm just wondering if we could put Ypsilanti, Van Buren, Canton, and Superior together and then pull Westland into Wayne, Westland, Romulus, but then we'd be cutting off that area in Livonia, which is problematic. Go ahead, Commissioner Orton.
I think our time is like up, so
Yeah.
maybe we can think about this tonight, work on it tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we
can
need
work
to
out
play with it
something.
because I feel like this is a very tricky area with a lot of population, which makes it hard. So, and you're right, we are out of time. So, all right, so just save this, please. We can pick up with it in the morning and
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Lett, I see you, and Commissioner Curry, I see you.
Stand by.
Oh.
Well, if you, I think you should look at your MGGG cluster A16 and read that, because all of that says Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are joined at the hip.
They are.
No.
It is true, yeah, but we're also receiving comments saying they don't want them to be together because it's packed. So I'm just trying to propose an alternative, but I just think I think saying that they don't want to be together is simpler than trying to draw it. So that's what I'm struggling with, is where are you going to put Ypsilanti then?
Well, how many people are they representing that said they don't want to be together?
Oh, we've seen quite a few comments, honestly. Commissioner Rothorn. And then Commissioner E.
Yeah, I have something more about process and the next step. So maybe it's Commissioner. Yeah. So I'll wait because it's not directly related to this.
Commissioner Eid.
I mean, yeah, I think, when we do the congressional districts, they're probably going to end up together, but, I think we're just gonna have to make a decision and have an alternative and see how it shakes out with the analysis. Because I think either way you do it, it's going to end up with a different level of partisan fairness when we get to that point. But I agree with Commissioner Zatella. Maybe we should just take some time to think on this, but instead of saving it, because you had your first set of changes, I would actually suggest undoing it and have your first set of changes that you made be there so people can comment on them, and while having the rest of the map intact.
We can do that. That's fine. So that would be putting Belleville back with 12, putting Ypsilanti back with 27, and taking off the two. I'm sorry.
I think they can just go back in the history.
Yeah,
and
you can go back
choose
in the
that.
history too.
No, we need to go back and I think, no, that's still not done, is it?
That was the first step, though, was changing Ypsilanti to 29. So I think from there, you just need to put 29 back to 27. So
Okay.
There you go. Yep.
Now I just got to check those changes around here and make sure that we didn't go back too far.
Yeah. No, that looks the
So
same.
no,
Yeah.
let's check the contiguities and that sort of thing to make sure we haven't backed up too far. That's always yeah. It's probably those little census blocks. Yeah, it's just that one. So redo that to 29. I
Yep.
suppose, yes.
Just change it to 29. Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, just considering in the future, if we do something like this, we probably do want to do.
Yep. Do what
in
you
stages.
suggested.
Yes.
Do what you suggested, and I told you no on, and then it turned out to be a smart decision. Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Are we going to back off what we did up north as well, or?
We didn't change anything up north.
Oh, we didn't
No.
actually change it.
No.
Okay, then we'll
MC
address it
wasn't comfortable.
tomorrow. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, so it's just the Grand Rapids, I'm sorry, Battle Creek, Kalamazoo area that's has changed
21 and
this.
23.
Yep.
I think we're all checks out.
All
And
right.
again, just to close this out for reference, we'll have an A and a B.
Yeah.
And I think the sequential number we're using at this point is 16.
Yep.
That's more of an internal designation, I think.
Okay, sounds great. All right, well, that concludes our mapping for today. We have a few more items on our agenda. We don't have any new business. However, we do have several sets of minutes to approve. So we have September 2nd, both first and second meetings, September 7th, September 9th. Are there any proposed edits to any of the draft minutes? Okay, hearing none, let's run through them. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the first meeting held in Ann Arbor on September 2, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. All in favor of approving these minutes from the first meeting on September 2nd, 2021, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Next, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the second meeting in Ann Arbor on September 2nd, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor of approving the meeting minutes from the second meeting on September 2nd, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Next, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from Lansing on September 7, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
second made by Commissioner Lett. All in favor of approving the meeting minutes from September 7, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the first meeting in Big Rapids, Michigan on September 9, 2021?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
second made by Commissioner Orton. All in favor of approving the MICRC meeting minutes from September 9, 2021, signify by raising your hand and saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion carries. Without objection, I'd like to ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to provide a report. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
I want to alert the commission that we are at Grand Valley State University. There is a parking pass that you should have in your email from Sarah Martinez. And there's also an assessment form, a self-assessment form that we need with regards to COVID guidelines. The commission, just so you know, I did hear some concerns, and they have been doing a robust recruiting effort to ensure that not only students, but the community is doing that. The same for Central Michigan University and the same for Oakland University. They also wanted me to alert the commission that if there's an option that you want to spend more time mapping, that we can adjust our times both at Central Michigan and at Oakland University to increase time for mapping if that's the commission's will. So just wanted to share that with you with regards to that, but please give us some notice because obviously we have to notice the meeting. Obviously we have to talk to our contractors with regards to setup, but just wanted to make that available to the commission because they're really excited. They put a lot of time and effort in not just recruiting the students, but also the public. Oakland University said they have reached out to the surrounding communities and made that a big push so that the commission can hear in real time with regards to the map. So once again, just want to remind you, we're at Grand Valley. Please remember to have your parking pass and please remember to fill out the self-assessment form for Grand Valley so that we can have a smooth process. And once again, thank you again so much for your support. Another update. We continue to be more open and transparent as relates to our mapping. And we're looking to have a solution by the end of the week where everyone can access the map, utilize free software to download the shape files as well. And so that's a team effort. So definitely want to give a shout out to the MDOS team, as well as to Julianne Pastula and Sue Ann Hammersmith and EDS team for coming together and trying to figure out the way that we can do it as smoothly as possible. Definitely want to thank MDOS. They continue to update the websites where people can access the files and do it, but we really want to do a better job. So it's one thing to meet the standard, but it's another thing to exceed the standard. And here as the commission, as you have directed, we're trying to exceed the standards for openness and transparency as it relates to the public being able to access the maps, and be happy to share that solution Friday once it's available. But once again, thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Orton, did you have a question?
I have a question. The assessment that we're supposed to fill out, is that something we need to have on our phone or print out, or how do we do that?
Unfortunately, I haven't done it just yet, but it's an electronic assessment, and I will alert you guys a little bit later. But it's electronic assessment that they have, and it seems. Let me just click on it, Commissioner Orton. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. You just fill out the form and just
They're actually similar to what we did at University of Michigan. So you might have to just keep it, don't close out. And just in case you do have to show it, you can show it, and that will happen. But if anyone has any questions, please, by all means, feel free to call me and I'll respond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this point, without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
I have no report, but just want to say congratulations, commissioners, on completing your first draft proposed map today.
Thank you very much. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comment submissions to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding that there's no future agenda items to share at this time. Are there any announcements? All right, seeing no announcements, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 4:43. Thank you, everybody. Have a good day.